Chapter 1668. The mist and dazzling light seemed to freeze in an instant. Chun Zong's eyes widened, but his pupils contracted in an instant. He had thought that it would be difficult to kill his opponent with a blow from the divine armament, and even difficult to injure his opponent. However, he did not expect that this blow would be blocked in such a way. A single finger, a pale and bloodless slender finger, easily blocked the violent attack of the divine armament. It was unable to move at all. Looking at its posture, it seemed to be extremely relaxed. Shocking. Chun Zong could only feel shock. It turned out that the gap between him and a powerful half-step great Saint expert was so obvious. It was as if there was a natural chasm between them, and there was no comparison at all. However, the blood-robed man was also surprised, because he could feel that the power of the sword was nothing compared to him. But there was something strange about it. There was a kind of extreme sharpness that wanted to cut through his defense, tear his strength, and hit his finger. Fortunately, the power was not strong enough, and only a part of his strength was torn. The opponent's finger gently shook and flicked, and the divine armament flew backward in an instant, as if it had been hit by an ancient giant beast. It turned into a stream of black lightning and rushed toward Chun Zong at an astonishing speed, as if it wanted to pierce through Chun Zong and smash him into pieces. Chun Zong mobilized all his divine thoughts, and the divine armament was pushed to the extreme. Blue veins bulged on his forehead, and he barely managed to control the divine armament. The instantaneous burst of power made Chun Zong feel like he was about to collapse. As for the Azura doppelganger Chun Zong, he did not use it. Such a powerful sword strike had been easily blocked by a single finger. That gentle flick of the finger had forced him to unleash all of his divine sense in order to block it. The gap was too big. Even if Chun Xiu used all his strength to display the evil eye of obliteration, he could not do anything to the opponent, unless the power of the evil sword of obliteration was still there. In that case, if he used the Azura doppelganger, the consequences would be even worse. With a thought, Chun Zong did not hesitate to dive down. Below was the sea, and there were terrifying sea monsters in the sea. However, at this moment, Chun Zong did not care so much. Diving into the sea might be a way to survive. Take a gamble. Fighting for a way out depended on one's luck and ability. The blood-red-robed man was quite surprised. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would still be thinking about escaping. He was indeed quite tenacious, and this was even better. He would be able to play around for a few more years, and he would not die so easily. With a casual point of his finger, a beam of blood-red light shot out at an extremely fast speed, much faster than Chun Zong's. It hit Chun Zong directly. He couldn't let this prey escape into the water. Otherwise, the sea beasts in the water would be very dangerous. Even he didn't dare to enter the water so easily. The power contained in this finger was very ingenious. It directly hit Chun Zong and sent him flying, causing Chun Zong's entire body to tremble as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his muscles and bones felt as if they had fallen apart. His entire body was sore, and it was difficult for him to muster any strength. His entire body turned around and flew backward, unable to fall into the water. With a tremble of his finger, a second beam of finger strength shot out and hit Chun Zong again. The finger strength was shot out from his finger, but it hit Chun Zong's body like a hammer, causing him to tremble all over again. Finger after finger, each finger attack caused Chun Zong's body to tremble once, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With the strength of this blood-robed man, he could actually kill Chun Zong in a flash, but he didn't do so. Instead, he treated Chun Zong like a prey, like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't kill Chun Zong immediately, but kept teasing him until he didn't want to play anymore. Chun Zong's body refining cultivation was not weak, and his body was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand his opponent's attacks again and again. Of course, this was also because his opponent didn't intend to kill Chun Zong. Endure. As Chun Zong withstood his opponent's attacks, he took out pills to heal himself while enduring and waiting for an opportunity. Chun Zong stuffed a large number of pills into his mouth, But the blood-robed man didn't stop him at all. On the contrary, the teasing in his eyes became more obvious. This is fun. I haven't played like this for many years. Now I'll have a good time. When I'm done, I'll bring him back and slowly torture him to relieve myself of the endless loneliness and pressure in the bewildering light ocean. While being attacked, Chunzong cultivated the non-leak quenching jade technique with all his might to refine the pills and use the pressure from his opponent to improve himself as much as possible. Even though Chunzong knew that he wouldn't be his opponent's match, even if his cultivation improved a little, the higher his cultivation, the stronger his strength. When the time came, it would be more possible for him to escape. As long as there was a slight chance, Chunzong would seize it and never give up. After being attacked for the 18th time, Chunzong's body trembled, and suddenly, a tyrannical aura erupted and soared into the sky. His body refining cultivation had broken through. Peak of the 8th level chaotic heaven realm. He actually broke through. The blood-robed man was slightly surprised. He was actually able to break through under his attacks. It was really enviable. Jealousy flashed in the blood-robed man's eyes like a burning flame. He hated this kind of peerless prodigy the most. Then, he would add more strength to his next attack. With that thought, the blood-robed man attacked again and pointed his finger. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be a little more serious. The power of his finger also increased a little and became more powerful. There was no way to dodge. A hint of determination flashed in Chunzong's eyes. The remaining Lingwu power erupted again and increased his body refining strength. Unbreakable golden body. This time he must block it. The force of his finger pierced through the air and hit Chunzong's body. It sounded like a drum being beaten, and it made an astonishing sound. The rumble shook the air and rippled like layers of water. He blocked it. The unbreakable golden body, after the eruption of Lingwu power, had surpassed the level of a Saint Rudiment stage and reached the level of a half-step Great Saint. It blocked his opponent's finger attack. Moreover, Chunzong borrowed the force of this attack and instantly used his movement technique to rush downward. He was extremely fast. The blood-robed man was stunned again. His strengthened finger attack was blocked. "You little ant, you really surprised me." A dense smile hung from the corner of the blood-robed man's mouth. Immediately, his finger turned into a palm as he grabbed and pressed towards Chunzong. Chunzong's rapidly falling body was grabbed by an invisible force, causing him to suddenly come to a halt, after which he swiftly flew towards the blood-robed man. There was no resistance at all. Soon after, as the man in blood-red robes pressed down with his hand, an extremely terrifying force erupted like a torrent, directly smashing into Chunzong's body. The terrifying force invaded his body, destroying all his power to resist. Immediately, the force within Chunzong's body collapsed. All his resistance was destroyed. With a flash, the blood-robed man quickly flew forward. His hand was like a claw that could lift the sky as he grabbed at Chunzong. Chunzong could not help but feel his heart sink, and despair enveloped him. That attack had scattered the power in his body, and it was difficult for him to gather and mobilize it. If he was caught by his opponent, there might be no hope for him to escape. Spirit control technique. The power of his divine sense was still there and had not been scattered. The divine armament immediately took Chunzong and quickly moved to the side. He still had the power to resist. The blood-robed man was surprised and even happier. This claw was so mysterious that it seemed to cover the sky and the sun. No matter how Chunzong tried to dodge, he could not avoid it. It was as if all his reactions were under the control of this palm. The claw came from the sky like a claw of heaven, directly enveloping him like a haze. Danger. Extreme danger. He could only expose the Azura doppelganger. After that, he would be completely out of control. The level of a half-step Great Saint was not something he could fight against at present. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of silver blade light suddenly tore through the sky, and it carried extreme sharpness, mighty power, and a shocking might that could sweep through the heavens and the earth as it instantly slashed down towards Chen-Shi. The saber light arrived and directly cut off the blood-robed man's claw. Chunzong only felt his body lighten. He immediately controlled the divine armament with the spirit control technique and quickly retreated with him. The saber light mercilessly slashed toward the blood-robed man, as if to split him in two. The blood-robed man's face became gloomy and his eyes became cold. There seemed to be flames of anger burning in his eyes. The claw became blazing. The blood-red light tore through the sky like a ray of light and grabbed at the silver saber light in an instant. Go forward and enter the bewildering light island. A deep voice with a bit of fierceness came into Chunzong's ears. There was a hint of urgency in it. Chunzong did not know who the attacker was, but this was his current escape route. He sped up and used the secret treasure that increased his speed again. It was also the last secret treasure, which caused his speed to soar. Chunzong was like a stream of light, constantly flying forward. Fast, extremely fast. He kept moving forward, looking for the so-called bewildering light island. Perhaps that was where his chance of survival lay. Behind him, an astonishing saber essence soared into the sky, accompanied by an even more terrifying aura. The aura was suffused with blood-red light, as if the 9 serenities hell had descended. It was awe-inspiring and terrifying. Even though he was far away, Chunzong could not help but tremble in shock. Was it the strength of the blood-robed man? It was indeed very terrifying. He was no match for him at all. There was no comparison. Go! Chunzong continued to move forward, and he could vaguely see a huge silhouette. The outline, like the dawn, directly struck Chunzong's heart, making Chunzong feel happy. An island. It was an island, a very huge island. It was more than 10,000 times bigger than the island where the Tiangong elder lived. Advance to the island. Go, go, go. As if he saw light and hope, Chunzong kept moving forward, getting closer and closer to the island. Traces of vigorous aura diffused from the island, as if suppressing all directions. It felt as if the island was suppressing the bewildering light sea. Chunzong did not know why he had such a feeling. The edge of the huge island was covered with a transparent shield, like a layer of film. Chunzong's body approached, and the moment he touched the shield, he quickly merged into it, like a drop of water merging into the sea. There is a strange feeling of passing through time and space, spreading all over his body, penetrating into the depths of his flesh and soul. It was very strange. Immediately, Chunzong's body descended, and his feet touched the ground. He felt that the air here was very fresh, as if he had entered some kind of holy land. Indeed, compared to the outside world, the light here was bright, without the interference of fog and endless dazzling light. The vision was better, and the sky and earth seemed to have been cleansed. Chapter 1669. Fresh, clear, bright, and clear. This was a feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. It was a feeling that made him feel incomparably nostalgic. It was a feeling that made Chunzong deeply intoxicated. In the bewildering light sea, there were layers of fog and endless dazzling light. Vision was greatly disturbed, like a kind of pollution that affected one's body all the time. After a long time, it would make one feel irritated. Chunzong had been in the bewildering light sea for more than 2 years. He had been in such an environment all the time and had almost forgotten what the outside world was like. Now that he had entered this huge island, he once again felt fresh and clear. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was like a person who was about to die of thirst in a dry desert, suddenly finding a clear and sweet spring water. Chunzong breathed greedily. He felt that in the past 2 years, he had been constantly shuttling in the heavy fog of the bewildering light sea. It seemed that a large amount of turbid air had accumulated in his body. At this moment, as he breathed, the turbid air was constantly expelled. His body seemed to have been reborn and was so light that he could almost fly. Of course, this was an illusion. Even if he stayed in the fog of the bewildering light sea for 10 or 100 years, his body would not be polluted and filled with turbid air. It was just that the sudden change from a turbid environment to a fresh one, the strong contrast would give rise to such a feeling in one's body and mind. The chi of heaven and earth here was naturally much purer and richer than in the bewildering light sea. It was completely comparable to the outside world. While he seemed to be intoxicated, Chunzong did not really indulge in it. Instead, he was very vigilant about his surroundings. The power of divine sense spread out and suddenly found that the restrictions on divine sense here seemed to be relaxed. It was similar to the outside world. His divine sense could completely cover a range of tens of thousands of meters. His heart domain also covered a range of 2,000 meters. In this way, even if a powerful half-step great saint expert appeared, he would be able to sense it immediately. Chunzong's eyes flashed with a trace of light and swept across. In just an instant, he saw everything in front of him clearly. This was indeed a huge island, and it was not at all dazzling. In front of him was a forest that stretched for an unknown distance. Even with Chunzong's superhuman eyesight, he could not see through it. With a move, Chunzong immediately flew at a low altitude and headed forward. He didn't know how the battle between the owner of the silver saber light and the man in the blood-red robe was, but the aura that erupted from both of them was extremely tyrannical, far superior to his own. Even if he intervened, it would be futile. If the owner of the silver saber light dared to attack, he would not be much weaker than the blood-robed man. He should not be in any danger. Furthermore, the other party had hinted for him to enter Bewildering Light Island, which should be the island. The other party would also enter this island, and at that time, they would meet again, and he would express his gratitude to the other party. On the other hand, Chunzong also had a deep concern about whether the other party would harm him. Since more than 2 years ago, Chunzong had been hunted down. Everything went wrong, which made Chunzong even more vigilant. At this moment, a silver saber light broke through the air from outside. It was as swift as a silver lightning, and immediately chased after Chunzong. The astonishing aura made Chunzong's expression change. He looked back and saw the silver saber light. With a flash of the saber light, a gray-robed figure appeared in front of Chunzong. It was a tall and strong middle-aged man with broad shoulders that seemed to be able to carry a mountain. He had a square face, resolute eyes, and a large silver saber on his back. As he stood in the void, he gave off a feeling of being able to support both heaven and earth. At first glance, Chunzong felt that this person was not a treacherous person. "Senior, thank you for saving me just now." Chunzong respectfully saluted to show his gratitude. In any case, it was the other party who saved him. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the hands of the blood-robed man and would not have had a good end. "Don't worry about it. It was just a coincidence." The man with the silver saber laughed heartily. "But you were unlucky to meet Luo Yan." Chunzong knew that the blood-robed man was called Luo Yan. "Senior, what's so special about this island?" Chunzong memorized the name of the blood-robed man and planned to ask about it later. He was not the kind of person who would laugh after being bullied. It was only because of the gap in strength that he could not settle his grudges. However, that day would come. Understanding the other party in advance would help him settle his grudges in the future. But before that, he needed to have a more intuitive understanding of the place where he was. This island is called Bewildering Light Island. The middle-aged man with the silver saber smiled. It is the center of the bewildering light ocean. The center? Chunzong was slightly stunned. Yes, Bewildering Light Island is the center of the bewildering light ocean. The middle-aged man with the silver saber affirmed again. "Can we leave?" Chunzong's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I have been in the bewildering light ocean for more than 100 years. I came to Bewildering Light Island more than 60 years ago, and I still haven't found the way out." When Chunzong heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But the middle-aged man with the silver saber paused for a moment, and then he said again, "It is said that as long as one can pass the Bewildering Light Realm's test, there is hope to leave. But as far as I know, no one has been able to leave in the past 10,000 years." Chunzong was attracted by the bewildering light realm in the middle-aged man's words. "Senior, May I ask what's so special about the bewildering light realm? Chunzong asked, neither slowly nor quickly. Since you have entered Bewildering Light Island, I will tell you some things about Bewildering Light Island in detail. The middle-aged man with the silver saber smiled, and then he explained to Chunzong in detail. Bewildering Light Island was the center of the bewildering light ocean. This was a saying, but whether it was true or not, no one dared to be 100% sure. It was just that everyone thought so since ancient times. Since everyone thought so, then so be it. As for whether it was the center or not, it was actually not a particularly important matter, and no one would specially look into it. Everyone who has just entered Bewildering Light Island is considered a newcomer and has a protection period of 10 years. The middle-aged man with the silver saber said. Chunzong was now considered a newcomer and had a protection period of 10 years. In other words, no one could attack Chunzong within 10 years. Otherwise, they would violate the rules and would be killed on the spot by the power of Bewildering Light Island. It was said that there was once a powerful expert of half-step Great Sage realm who relied on his formidable strength to not pay attention to this rule and forcibly attacked a newcomer. The consequence was that he was instantly struck by an extremely frightening thunderbolt and turned into powder and completely disappeared. Luo Yin has stayed here for a very long time. It should be several hundred years or nearly 1,000 years. Originally, he was a bloodthirsty person. He had stayed here for a long time and didn't have any hope of leaving. So, his temperament became even more twisted, and he likes to torture others for fun. Although I attacked this time, he certainly has his eyes on you, and he has the fighting strength of a 6-star expert. The middle-aged man with the silver saber said solemnly, so it's best for you to improve your strength as much as possible in these 10 years. However, my suggestion is to find a chance to leave this place. If you're willing to leave, I can send you on your way. In other words, he was not optimistic about Chunzong's chances. After all, Chunzong's cultivation was only at the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, while Luo Yin had the fighting strength of a 6-star expert. The gap between the two of them was difficult to calculate. The middle-aged man with the silver saber thought it would be good if Chunzong could cultivate to the limit of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage in 10 years. Compared to Luo Yin, who had the fighting strength of a 6-star expert, there was still an insurmountable gap. Let alone 10 years, even if it was 100 years, it would still be the same. Therefore, the best way was to find a chance to leave. Senior, I'll stay and take a look first, Chunzong said with a smile. Isn't there a protection period of 10 years? Chunzong was very interested in the bewildering light realm. If he could find a way to leave this place, he naturally did not want to miss it. Moreover, Chunzong firmly believed that his strength would improve greatly in 10 years. At that time, even if he could not defeat Luo Yin, he would still be able to defend himself. Coupled with the environment of the bewildering light ocean, it was not impossible for him to escape. Of course, he could not explain his confidence to the middle-aged man. All right, the middle-aged man with the silver saber nodded. There were still 10 years left. If you want to leave in 10 years, you can let me know. I can send you on your way. Thank you, Senior, Chunzong said. After the 10 years of newcomer protection period, if you want to continue staying on Bewildering Light Island, you must pay a fog source or beast source. The fog source is the item obtained from killing the fog devil. The beast source is the item obtained from killing sea beasts. According to the grade of the fog source and beast source, the time you can continue staying on Bewildering Light Island is different. The minimum is 10 years, and the maximum is 100 years. The middle-aged man with the silver saber said, after the first 10 years, one would not receive the protection of Bewildering Light Island. If one wanted to continue staying on Bewildering Light Island, then one must pay a fog source or beast source. What was the purpose of staying on Bewildering Light Island? Firstly, it was safe. There was a relatively safe place to stay and cultivate. Secondly, one could challenge the bewildering light realm. However, it was very dangerous to hunt the fog devil or sea beasts. If one encountered a weak fog devil, it would not be a big deal. If one encountered a strong fog devil, it was possible that one would die. However, If one continued to stay in the bewildering light island without a place to rest or recuperate, it would be even more dangerous. The middle-aged man with the silver saber had stayed in bewildering light ocean for a much longer time than the Tiangong elder. Moreover, his understanding of bewildering light ocean was not something the Tiangong elder could compare with. Qinzong learned more information from the middle-aged man with the silver saber. For example, the middle-aged man's name was Zhao Mingkong. He also had the title of Silver Saber King. For example, the division of strength between the fog devil and the sea beasts. For example, the division of strength between the half-step great saint. For example, the number of people on Bewildering Light Island and their strength, etc. According to the Silver Saber King, Zhao Mingkong, there were about 100 people on Bewildering Light Island. Some of them could not return after leaving to hunt the fog devil and sea beasts. Some were killed on the island because of some conflicts. Zhao Mingkong introduced the island to Qinzong as he led the way for Qinzong. Their destination was naturally Zhao Mingkong's residence on the Silver Lightsaber. Chapter 1670. I'm really sorry. I promised to update at 9, but something came up, so it was delayed until now. The strength of half-step Great Saint was directly divided into 1 star to 9 star. 1 star was naturally the weakest, and the most common half-step Great Saint was 1 star. The difference between each star level was very obvious. It was at least 1 time, or even 2 times. As for the level above 9 star, there was another name, which was 10 star, also known as Invincible Half-Step Great Sage. However, there were very few people who could reach the 9 star level. As for the Invincible 10 star level, it was even rarer. In fact, there was another saying, if one wanted to break through to the Great Saint realm and become the strongest, one must first have 7 star battle strength to have hope. The higher the battle strength, the greater the hope. 7 star battle strength could only have a little hope. In other words, every Great Saint realm strongest had at least 7 star battle strength when they were half-step Great Saint. Luo Yin with 6 star battle strength was already so strong. 7 star battle strength would at least be doubled. How terrifying would that be? Qinzong couldn't imagine. However, Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong could resist Luo Yin. His battle strength should also be 6 star level. Qinzong didn't ask about this. According to Zhao Mingkong, among the 100 or so people on the Bewildering Light Island, the one with the highest combat power was at the 7 star level. There were a total of 3 of them, and the most powerful one was very close to the 8 star level. The other 2 were slightly weaker, but they were still at the 7 star level and were very strong. As for 6 star people, there were about 10 of them. Luo Yin was among the best, and the rest were 5 star and 4 star battle strength. In other words, the lowest battle strength on Bewildering Light Island was 4 star. As for those below 4 star, unless they were very lucky, it was very difficult to reach Bewildering Light Island. After all, it was in the center of Bewildering Light Ocean. Moreover, 1 star, 2 star, and 3 star battle strength had to hand over the fog source or beast source after 10 years. They had to go out to hunt fog demons or sea beasts. Fog demons were divided into lower, middle, upper, and the more powerful Fog Demon King. The lower Fog Demon's battle strength was at least equivalent to 3 star half-step Great Saint, and the strongest could reach 4 star level. The middle Fog Demon's battle strength was at least 5 star and 6 star level. The upper Fog Demon's battle strength was at least 7 star and 8 star level. As for the so-called Fog Demon King, it was at least 9 star level. As for sea beasts were divided into levels the same as fog demons. However, sea beasts were more terrifying in the water. A 3 star battle strength could fight with the weakest fog demon and maybe kill it and obtain the fog source. However, if they encountered stronger fog demons, they could only die. It was also because of this that it was impossible to find anyone with a combat strength below 4 stars on Bewildering Light Island. Little friend, you should cultivate well during these 10 years and strive to improve your strength. When you enter the Bewildering Light Ocean, if you are lucky enough, you can live longer, Zhao Mingkong said. Even though he had saved Chunzong, it was merely a coincidence and not intentional. After all, he and Chunzong were complete strangers. Now that he had introduced so many things to Chunzong, it was also because of his personality. However, it was impossible for him to give up the fog source for Chunzong to live in unless the two of them were close enough to trust each other. Even an experienced person might not be able to see the other person's depth. At most, he would be more confident. In the end, what Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong did was already extremely benevolent. Other than gratitude, Chunzong only had gratitude. If it wasn't for Zhao Mingkong, Chunzong wouldn't know how he would be now. Zhao Mingkong's cave was located on a mountain that was hundreds of meters high. It could be seen that it was made by a blade. The blade marks were obvious, but it had a natural feeling. From the fine blade marks, Chunzong could see that Zhao Mingkong's blade skills were very high. It might even be above his sword skills. Of course, it was hard to say without sparring. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi here was indeed several times denser than when he first entered Bewildering Light Island. It was also several times purer. You can stay here for the time being, Zhao Mingkong said. Let me know when you want to leave Bewildering Light Island. I'll send you off. I won't leave in these 10 years. Thank you, Senior. Chunzong was grateful from the bottom of his heart. What he was very interested in now was the Bewildering Light Realm. In general, the valuable things in the Bewildering Light Ocean were the fog crystals of fog demons, fog sources of fog demons, and the beast origins of sea beasts. Fog crystals could help in comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. Fog sources were the upgrade of fog crystals. The effect of comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth would be better. As for beast origins, they were different. They were body-refining treasures. The Bewildering Light Realm was an independent space. It was related to leaving the Bewildering Light Ocean. Newcomers had one chance to enter the Bewildering Light Realm for free. If they wanted to enter the Bewildering Light Realm a second time, they would have to pay a fog source or beast origin. It didn't have to be high, just low grade. A low-grade fog source or beast origin represented the life of a low-grade fog demon or a low-grade sea beast. If they wanted to use fog crystals as a substitute, they would have to pay 1,000 fog crystals. After Chunzong knew, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was because he only had 50-something fog crystals. 1,000 fog crystals meant that he would have to kill 1,000 fog demons. Furthermore, fog demons weren't easy to encounter. It was indeed not an easy thing to survive here. However, there was finally hope. He didn't have to wander around like before and couldn't find a way out. As long as there was a trace of hope, Chunzong would grasp it tightly. Now that the hope seemed to be quite big, how could he give up? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong asked Zhao Mingkong about the mysteries of the Bewildering Light Realm. The Bewildering Light Realm is a test for oneself. Zhao Mingkong first organized his thoughts, then said, "A cultivator must be outstanding in all aspects. Only then can he be perfect and become a true expert." Chunzong immediately understood Zhao Mingkong's words. The test of the Bewildering Light Realm was a test for a true expert. For example, strength, speed, reaction, willpower, temperament, and so on. There are a total of 10 realms in the Bewildering Light Realm. If you can make it to the 7th realm, you will have the qualifications to live on the Bewildering Light Island forever. You won't need to pay any fog source or beast source, and you can also enter and exit the Bewildering Light Realm as you wish. Zhao Mingkong's words instantly made Chunzong's eyes light up. If you can make it to the 8th realm, it said that you can leave the Bewildering Light Ocean. Zhao Mingkong's eyes lit up. Leaving the Bewildering Light Ocean was the wish of many people, but it also made many people disappointed to the point of despair. What about the 9th realm? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure. Zhao Mingkong smiled. If he wasn't sure about the 9th realm, then he was even less sure about the 10th realm. However, as long as he made it to the 8th realm, he would be able to leave. It was very attractive. Senior, has anyone left before? Chunzong couldn't help but ask. Yes, definitely. However, in the past 10,000 years, there hasn't been anyone. Zhao Mingkong directly replied. The test of the bewildering light realm is related to one's cultivation. If you want to challenge it, you can try it now. Zhao Mingkong said, or you can first cultivate here for a while, then go challenge it. Although he said that, Zhao Mingkong actually didn't think highly of Chunzong. Although the test of the bewildering light realm was related to one's cultivation, he himself had entered it before, so he clearly knew how difficult it was. The reason why he said that was because he felt that Chunzong would still have to leave within 10 years. Since he was going to leave, then it was very normal for him to challenge the bewildering light realm. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. Although Chunzong was very interested in the bewildering light realm and wanted to challenge it, he still suppressed this thought, because he had arrived at a safe environment, so he needed to cultivate in seclusion for a while. In the past 2 years, he had wandered around the bewildering light ocean and constantly fought. It had brought him quite a bit of training and further stimulated his potential. It was a good time for him to properly tidy up and further improve himself. Since the test of the bewildering light realm was related to one's cultivation, then under the condition that one's cultivation didn't change, perhaps it would be more beneficial for the test to improve other aspects. Zhao Mingkong didn't say much. It was a coincidence that he was able to save Chunzong. Bringing Chunzong here could be considered as doing a good deed. His temperament was originally very good, so to him, this was just a small matter. Zhao Mingkong went to cultivate on his own, and Chunzong also temporarily opened a small cave residence at the side. After he made many arrangements, he entered the cave and began to cultivate in seclusion. Previously, Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the Tao of Speed. Now was the best time to comprehend it. To save time, Chunzong directly took out a fog crystal and poured his divine sense into it to comprehend its profundities. Before this, Chunzong had never used a fog crystal. Thus, when he used it, he immediately felt that the effect of his comprehension was better. The profundities of heaven and earth seemed to appear more clearly in his eyes. After the power of the fog crystal was exhausted, Chunzong felt that he had a deeper understanding of the formless heavenly wind. Striking while the iron was hot, he immediately took out a second fog crystal and began to comprehend it. When the power of the third fog crystal was exhausted, Chunzong suddenly felt his body and mind tremble slightly. It was as if a breeze had blown past him. That breeze seemed to have come from the outside world, but it also seemed to have originated from within his body. In just a moment, Chunzong felt as if he had turned into a gust of wind and could soar in the void between heaven and earth. This feeling was very wonderful. Chunzong knew that his formless heavenly wind body technique had a breakthrough. Perfection Realm. As expected, the Perfection Realm was incomparable to the Perfection Realm. Just this wonderful feeling alone was enough to make one unable to stop. It was as if one could really turn into a gust of wind. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately came out of seclusion. As soon as he came out, he immediately performed the formless heavenly wind body technique. His body instantly turned into a gust of wind and circled between heaven and earth, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Everything was under his control. If he wanted to stop, he would stop. If he wanted to move, he would move. As long as there was a slight gap, he could turn into a gust of wind and pass through it. It was an incomparable feeling. The heavenly wind body technique was invisible and colorless. Now that it was formless, it had greatly improved his survivability. When he encountered a target that he could not defeat, this body technique would play a big role. However, Chunzong was not complacent, because the opponents he encountered now were too strong. The formless heavenly wind body technique in the Perfection Realm was not enough for him to contend against Luo Yan. Chapter 1671. On Bewildering Light Island, a few hundred meters above the mountain, a powerful aura suddenly soared into the sky. Soon after, a figure soared into the sky and slowly descended. Congratulations, little friend, Zhao Mingkong, who had just exited his closed-door cultivation, said with a smile when he saw this scene. This was because he could see that Chunzong's cultivation base had improved. the peak of the 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, Zhao Kong did not take it to heart. After all, the improvement from the late 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the peak of the 8th heaven Saint Rudiment stage was only a small improvement. The increase in strength was usually not that great. 10 years. No matter how fast one's cultivation base improved, it would at most reach the peak of the 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. It would not reach the half-step Great Saint stage. Even the top Peerless Prodigy's strength would at most be equivalent to a 1-star half-step Great Saint stage when he reached the peak of the 9th heaven Saint stage. Any higher, and it would be equivalent to a 2-star at most. There was hope for him to survive against a 3-star. That was all. The difference between a 3-star and a 6-star was huge. It could be said with 100% certainty that a 6-star could kill a 3-star in one move. The difference in strength between them was many times greater. When one reached the half-step Great Saint stage, every improvement in strength would become more difficult. Therefore, there were fewer half-step Great Saints with high battle strength. Senior, I plan to challenge the bewildering light realm, Chunzong said with a smile. After half a year of closed-door cultivation here, more than 50 mist crystals had been used up. Chunzong's comprehension of the heaven and earth mystery had reached a higher level. It could be said that he had reached the limit of everything he could improve in a short period of time. It would not be easy for him to continue to improve. Chunzong knew that even if he continued to cultivate in closed-door cultivation here for 8 or 9 years, he would not make much progress. After thinking about it, Chunzong decided to challenge the bewildering light realm. If he was lucky, he might be able to get through the 7th realm and obtain permanent residency. He might even be able to challenge the bewildering light realm at will. If that's the case, I'll bring you there, Zhao Kong said with a smile. He had just come out of seclusion, so there was no need for him to immediately go into seclusion. He could just take it as a walk. The bewildering light realm was located at the center of Bewildering Light Island. There was an octagonal altar that was around 10 meters tall. The altar was dusty, as if it was the color of primal chaos. It was simple and ancient, and it was filled with a mysterious and profound aura. There were 8 huge pillars on top of the altar. They were about 100 meters tall and seemed to be pointing straight at the sky. Each pillar was covered with complicated patterns. In the center of the altar, there was an octagonal piece that was about 1 meter tall. It was also covered with mysterious runes and patterns, and it was filled with indescribable profoundness. Overall, the altar was not very big. It was only about 1,000 meters in radius. However, when Chunzong stood in front of it, he felt very small. It was as if the altar was a sleeping ancient god. When challenging the bewildering light realm, only one person could enter at a time. The runic patterns on the 8 pillars and at the center of the altar were all flickering with different colored lights, indicating that someone was challenging the bewildering light realm at this very moment. Wait! He waited for the challenger to come out. Not long after, 2 more figures flew over. Old Zhao, you're here to challenge the bewildering light realm again. A laugh was heard. Looking back, it was a short and fat middle-aged man. Although his appearance was a little unsightly, this person was still a 6-star powerhouse. I brought a little friend here to try. Zhao Kong smiled and said, how about you? Did you improve again? The 100 or so people on Bewildering Light Island all knew each other. Some of them were more familiar with each other, so they spoke more casually. Zhao Kong's relationship with this short and fat middle-aged man was quite good. No, it's my little brother who wants a challenge. The short and fat middle-aged man smiled. Greetings, Silverblade King. There was also a fat man next to the short and fat middle-aged man. He smiled and cupped his fist at Zhao Kong. He had 5-star combat strength, but he was not as strong as the Silverblade King. It was necessary to show some respect when they met. This little brother's cultivation. The short and fat middle-aged man stared at Chunzong. He was slightly stunned and surprised. Saint Rudiment Realm. He was actually at the Saint Rudiment Realm. This was really rare. After all, since ancient times, there had never been a case of a Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator entering Bewildering Light Island. It was not impossible. Even if you were immortal, you could enter Bewildering Light Island. The problem was that Bewildering Light Island was located in the center of the Bewildering Light Ocean. To reach Bewildering Light Island, one must first enter the Bewildering Light Ocean. Some people would be lost in the Bewildering Light Ocean for decades, or even centuries before they could enter Bewildering Light Island by chance. Some people were luckier, and it might only take a few years. However, the Bewildering Light Ocean was not a place to go for a walk. It was a forbidden area filled with danger. Not to mention a Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator, even a top half-step Great Saint powerhouse would die if they were unlucky. The higher one's strength, the greater the chance of survival. On the contrary, the lower one's strength, the greater the chance of death. A Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator might die soon after entering the Bewildering Light Ocean. How could he come to Bewildering Light Island? Therefore, when he saw Chinzong, a Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator, the short and fat middle-aged man was naturally very surprised. My little brother's luck is not bad. Zhao Ming Kong smiled. Indeed, his luck is not bad. The short and fat middle-aged man smiled, but no one knew what he was thinking. Little friend Chunzong, this is the heaven-battering king, and this is King Hun Shan. Zhao Ming Kong introduced them to Chunzong. Greetings, seniors. Chunzong cupped his fists and bowed. The heaven-battering king and King Hun Shan were brothers, and they were both body-refining powerhouses. Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. I have never seen a Saint Rudiment Realm cultivator break through the Bewildering Light Ocean. Little friend, you can go in first. The heaven-battering king smiled, and King Hun Shan naturally did not have any objections. An extremely tyrannical, murderous intent spread across the sky, and the boundless evil chi condensed into a blood cloud that dyed half the sky red. The murderous intent was so strong that it caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Blood-killing king, King Hun Shan, who had a 5-star battle prowess, felt great pressure and looked solemn. Is this guy going crazy again? The heaven-battering king also looked a little solemn. Chinzong felt that this aura was a little familiar. Wasn't it Luo Yin, who had played tricks on him time and time again? His title was Blood-Killing King. Little ant, you're really here. A gloomy voice sounded, causing Chinzong's hair to stand on end. An extremely terrifying, murderous intent attacked him, as if it came from the 9 Serenities hell. Immediately, the blood cloud in the sky condensed into a huge palm and struck down from the sky with endless power. It was as if a sea of blood was overturning, and it wanted to smash everything into pieces. Even Silverblade King, Heaven-Battering King, and King Hun Shan were enveloped by this move. 10-year protection period. Zhao Ming Kong uttered these 5 words unhurriedly. Suddenly, the huge blood-red hand paused in the air and turned back into a blood cloud. A blood-red figure also appeared not far away, staring at them with shocking murderous intent, and the air was filled with coldness. 10-year protection period. Although blood-killing King Luo Yin was arrogant and confident, he was not stupid. If he really attacked, he would be killed by the power of Bewilderment Light Island. Although he felt great pressure and needed to find a way to vent, it did not mean that he did not want to live anymore. Luo Yin, this is not the place for you to behave atrociously, the heaven-battering king said in a solemn tone. He was a 6-star body-refining expert. If he really fought, he would not be inferior to Luo Yin, not to mention that his brother and Zhao Mingkong were here. If Luo Yin insisted on attacking, the 3 of them would be enough to suppress him. Little ant, enjoy your last moments. Luo Yin was not angry, but his eyes were even colder. He stared at Chinzong, and his voice became sharp and threatening. Live well before I kill you. Chinzong replied unhurriedly. Ambitious. Ha ha! Luo Yin turned into a blood-red light and flew away amidst his maniacal laughter. The heaven-battering king and King Hun Shan looked at Chinzong in surprise and secretly shook their heads. Luo Yin was indeed ambitious, but he was too arrogant. Zhao Mingkong also secretly shook his head, but he did not say anything. On the altar, light suddenly flickered rapidly. Then, countless rays of light flowed to the center, converging and stretching, forming a 2-meter-tall, chaotic light gate. A figure appeared in the light gate at the same time and stepped out. "Greetings, Thunderfire King." Whether it was Zhao Ming Kong, the heaven-battering king, or King Hun Shan, they all cupped their fists to the man. Thunderfire King. Shenzong was secretly shocked. One of the 3 7-star powerhouses on Bewilderment Light Island was called Thunderfire King. The Thunderfire King only glanced at the 3 of them, but did not respond. Immediately after, he glanced over at Shenzong in surprise, seemingly curious as to why there was a Saint Realm Jr. here, but he did not say anything. His figure flickered, transforming into a crimson streak of light that shot through the sky like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in an instant. It seems that Thunderfire King's challenge stopped at the 7th realm, the heaven-battering King's side. There were more than 100 people on Bewilderment Light Island. Thunderfire King was not only one of the strongest, but also one of the most talented. However, after many years of hard work, he had only passed the 6th realm. He had never passed the 7th realm. The hope of others was even smaller. "Little friend, go ahead," Zhao Ming Kong said. After cupping his fists, Chunzong's figure flashed and landed at the center of the altar. Suddenly, they felt waves of energy sweeping over, as if to verify Chunzong's identity. Then, the 8 pillars lit up and went straight to the center along the lines, lighting up the runes and lines at the center. The runes and lines condensed and stretched upward, forming a 2-meter-tall, gray chaotic gate. Chunzong took a deep breath while feeling slightly nervous and excited. He took a step forward and stepped into the door of chaos, and then his figure seemed to have been swallowed up and vanished. "Old Zhao, do you think he'll succeed?" After Chunzong disappeared, the heaven-battering king asked casually. "No, I don't." Zhao Ming Kong's answer was very direct. "I just saved him from Luo Yan by chance. I'm a good person and let him enter Bewilderment Light Island. Since he has entered the island, it would be a waste if he didn't challenge the Bewilderment Light Realm. Moreover, challenging the Bewilderment Light Realm is a kind of training for oneself. Only by improving one's strength can one live longer in the Bewilderment Light Ocean." The heaven-battering king nodded and did not say anything else. He knew the Silver Blade King's character well. It was not surprising that the Silver Blade King saved a Saint Realm expert. In fact, the Silver Blade King had saved more than 1 or 2 people. Chapter 1672. With a single stride, the heavens and the earth were replaced. In an instant, Chunzong appeared within a gray and hazy, chaotic space. "Challenger, state your name." A cold voice sounded. It did not seem to contain the slightest bit of emotion and was filled with a mechanical feeling. "Chunzong." Chunzong responded quickly. "Chunzong, human, chi refinement stage, peak of the 8th heaven saint rudiment stage, body refinement stage, peak of the 8th heaven chaotic heaven stage, clone, chi refinement stage, peak of the 9th heaven saint rudiment stage. Please select your assessment system and target." The cold mechanical voice sounded again. "Chi refining stage, main body." Chunzong did not hesitate. It was obvious that he had more skills in Chi refining stage and was good at sword techniques. On the other hand, body refining stage gave him a stronger life-saving ability. Selection complete. As soon as the voice sounded, Chunzong felt a tyrannical force descend and fall on his body. Then, Chunzong felt his tyrannical blood chi and chaotic heaven force being sealed in an instant. He could not use them, and the strength of his body dropped to the level of a normal peak 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. This feeling made him feel weak all of a sudden. Chunzong was not used to it, but his adaptability was very strong. He gradually adapted to this feeling. His clone was also sealed at the same time and could not use it. His storage ring was also sealed. At the same time, his divine armament was also sealed and he could not sense it. The 8th grade Purple Horizon Incineration Fire was also sealed. The assessment of the first stage of the Bewildering Light stage begins. Break through the first stage of the Bewildering Light stage and enter the second stage. Then, The gray mist in front of Chun Zong separated as if heaven and earth had been opened. A dim corridor appeared in front of Chun Zong. It was pitch black in the depths of the corridor. Suddenly, lights lit up and illuminated both sides, allowing Chun Zong to see a black stone door at the end of the corridor that separated the two sides. The 10th stage door, Chun Zong muttered and stepped forward, quickly approaching the black stone door. He stretched out his hand and pushed, but the stone door didn't budge at all, as if it had taken root. Immediately, Chun Zong's palms, which were pressed against the stone door, trembled slightly. A tyrannical force immediately passed through his palms and directly bombarded the stone door. Kacha! 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 The pitch-black heavy stone door shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground. There was still a long corridor in front of them. As the stone door was broken and Chun Zong stepped in, the lights on both sides of the wall lit up one by one. At the end was the second black stone door. It didn't look any different from the first one. Chun Zong approached the stone door and touched it again. His sharp senses immediately told Chun Zong that this stone door was thicker and sturdier than the first one. The hardness of the first stone door just happened to reach the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, while the hardness of the second stone door exceeded that of an ordinary peak of the 8th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. Break again. The third stone door was even thicker and sturdier. However, it was still at the 8th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, and not the 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. Naturally, such a stone door couldn't stop Chun Zong. The 10th stage door. As the name implied, there were 10 stone doors. One had to break all 10 stone doors one by one to pass through the first stage and enter the second stage. Moreover, there was only one chance to attack each stone door. One had to consider whether one's attack could break it or not. If one couldn't, it would be considered a failure, and one would be sent out of the bewildering light realm. If one wanted to challenge it, one would have to pay the fog source or beast source. If one had enough strength but failed because they underestimated the stone door and didn't use their full strength, it would be too tragic. Therefore, before Chun Zong made a move, he would first sense the stone door's strength and try his best to have an idea of its strength so that there wouldn't be any accidents when he attacked. The fourth stone door's strength was at the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint rudiment stage and was close to the 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. After all, the difference between the 8th Heaven Saint rudiment stage and the 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage was huge. However, the fifth stone door's strength was at the early 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. Of course, it was only at the early 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage. This was nothing to Chun Zong, and he could easily break it. The sixth stone door's strength was at the intermediate 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, and it was broken. The seventh stone door's strength was at the intermediate 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, and it was broken. The 8th stone door's strength was at the intermediate 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, and it was broken. The 9th stone door's strength was at the late 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, and it was broken. The 10th stone door was in front of him. The aura from the 10th stone door was even more intense. Chun Zong didn't need to come into contact with it to know that the strength of the 10th stone door was even higher. Since the strength of the 10th stone door's strength was at the peak 9th Heaven Saint rudiment stage, and it was one stage higher than his current cultivation base. This was not a test of one's martial attainment, but the strength of one's cultivation method. If one's cultivation method was not strong enough, or if one's Saint energy was not strong enough, one would not be able to break it and pass the first stage. If it was a body refinement cultivator, it would be a test of chaos, heavenly energy. Strength. This was a test of strength. Strength did not only represent the strength of one's body. The 10th stone door was broken by Chun Zong's attack. Taking a step forward, Chun Zong stepped into the gray chaos again. Chun Zong has passed the first stage. Do you wish to challenge the second stage? The cold mechanical voice sounded. The first stage was not that difficult. Everyone on Bewildering Light Island could pass the first stage, so it was not a big deal. However, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. According to the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, the first 3 stages were not that difficult and were relatively easy to pass. However, from the 4th stage onwards, the difficulty increased significantly. The fifth stage was much more difficult than the fourth stage. This was why many people could not pass the seventh stage. Challenge. Chunzong naturally wouldn't give up just like that. It was just the first level, and the difficulty wasn't high. His purpose in entering this place was for the seventh level. Even if he couldn't pass the seventh level, he would do his best and challenge his limits. He would treat this as a form of training to stimulate his own potential and improve himself further. The second stage is the streamer stage. If you pass it within the time limit, you can enter the third stage. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in front of Chunzong changed again. A passageway appeared as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. The passageway seemed to be in the sky, with wisps of light floating around. Chunzong looked forward but could not see the end. At the same time, a huge light leak appeared in the sky. There were bits of light sprinkling down from the light leak. When the upper part of the light completely fell to the lower part, it meant that the time limit was over. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately used his movement technique and quickly moved forward. Formless heavenly wind. Complete stage. He seemed to have turned into a gust of wind as he sped forward. Chunzong's speed was already extremely fast. After cultivating the secondary divine power, formless heavenly wind, to the complete stage, it was even more shocking. He swept past like a gust of wind, leaving the wisps of light behind him in the blink of an eye. Using the first stage as an example, the second stage tested one's speed. It was pure speed. If one wanted to pass the streamer stage within the time limit, one's speed would have to exceed one's cultivation base by a whole realm. In other words, Chunzong's cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage, but his speed had to be at the peak of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage. This was the bottom line. Before the formless heavenly wind broke through to the complete stage, Chunzong's speed was faster than an ordinary peak 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Therefore, for Chunzong, the speed test to the second stage of the streamer stage was nothing. Before the light even reached half of the area, Chunzong could already see the end of the streamer stage. It was a slowly rotating vortex filled with psychedelic colors. Without hesitation, Chunzong plunged into it and entered a chaotic gray. Chunzong has passed the second stage. Do you want to challenge the third stage? The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Yes, Chunzong answered without hesitation. The third stage is the 1,000-flower path. Pass the 1,000-flower path within the time limit and you can enter the fourth stage. The chaos changed again. A pink flower seemed to fall in front of Chunzong's eyes. It was light and agile, and its trajectory was natural. It was as if a beautiful painting was slowly unfolding in front of his eyes. Chunzong saw a small path, and on both sides of the path were trees. There was not a single leaf on any of the trees, only pink flowers that were in full bloom. A strong floral fragrance filled the air, causing people to be intoxicated. This was a small path among the flowers that was suitable for walking with one's lover. But in reality, this was a test. The first stage tested one's own strength. The second stage tested one's pure speed, and the third stage tested one's reaction speed. Strength, speed, and reaction speed were all crucial to any cultivator. It was not surprising that there was a test like this. When the light appeared again, Chunzong's silhouette flickered as he sped forward. He had to pass the 1,000-flower path within the time limit to enter the fourth stage. For Chunzong, the first and second stages would not have much of tempering effect. After all, his ability had exceeded the upper limit. The third stage would not have much of a tempering effect either. With this thought, Chunzong did not stop. He stepped into the path among the flowers in an instant. Then, as if an invisible wind blew past, flowers broke off from the branches one by one. They floated out lightly and nimbly. In the next moment, every flower that floated out had a few or even a dozen petals. Their trajectories became even more difficult to predict. They attacked from all directions and floated toward Chunzong. He could not be touched by the petals. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to failing the stage. Chunzong used the heavenly wind formless body technique to avoid the petals. He quickly moved forward. He turned into a gust of wind, but it was not real wind and would not affect the petals at all. Along the way, countless petals swept over and gathered, as if controlled by an invisible force. They almost formed a wall of flowers, blocking the entire path among the flowers. Shenzong's figure was very strange. He shuttled through the small and crisscross gaps, causing the wall of flowers to be unable to do anything. The light in the light kept falling like dust. Shenzong ignored it. He did not even look at it, because there was no need to. The first 3 stages were the least difficult. If he could not even pass the first 3 stages, then it was better to leave bewildering Light Island as soon as possible. Soon, Shenzong's sharp eyes saw the end of the path among the flowers. It was right in front of him, about 10,000 meters away. This distance of 10,000 meters was nothing, even with countless petals swirling in the air. Flames spread out along the countless cracks, and countless fist-sized fragments shot out in all directions like arrows from a bow. Even though the power of the fragment was not as strong as a meteorite, it was still extremely powerful, reaching the intermediate 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Even an ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator would find it difficult to face such power. Even if they weren't injured, they would still be in a difficult position. Shenzong, on the other hand, dodged all of the attacks effortlessly. His expression was calm and untouched. However, this was just the beginning. The crimson streaks of light that streaked across the sky seemed to have received some kind of order. They all changed directions and fell to the ground. Each of them was a stone that weighed a few hundred kilograms. They were burning with raging crimson flames and emitted a terrifying power as they fell. 3 of them. In an instant, a total of 3 meteorites fell to the ground, where Shenzong was standing without mercy. The power of each meteorite was at the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. After these 3 meteorites, more meteorites fell from the sky. Shenzong immediately understood the meaning of the falling star stage. The assessment of this stage required one to face a meteorite or even a meteor shower and survive its attack. As for when one would be considered to have passed the test, he had no idea. When he thought about it carefully, this was one of the torturous aspects. Not knowing when the test would end would make one feel even more pressured. After all, only by knowing when the test would end would one feel more confident. At the very least, one would be mentally prepared. However, if one didn't know when the test would end, one would be at a loss and feel even more pressured. For a moment, Shenzong didn't feel any pressure. It wasn't that he had never experienced something similar before. However, he had already gone through it. This time would be the same. Shenzong executed the formless heavenly wind movement technique and dodged swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 meteorites fell and exploded one after another. The ground shook even more violently. Terrifying fragments shot out in all directions and covered everything like a dense rainstorm. However, Shenzong dodged them all. More meteorites fell. For a moment, it seemed as though a meteor shower was falling from the sky. Regardless of the danger, just looking at it gave one a sense of breathtaking beauty. However, under this breathtaking beauty, there was an extreme danger. Not to mention an ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Even some of the more powerful peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivators would not be able to escape death. It felt as though meteorites were falling from the sky. They were so densely packed that it seemed as though they had completely enveloped the wasteland. No matter where one went, they would be attacked by the meteorites. There was nowhere to run. There was nowhere to hide. The wasteland seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. However, it was so empty that it was difficult to find a place to hide. In other words, one could only face it head-on. Moreover, blindly dodging was not a solution. For example, right now, as Shenzong was constantly dodging, he was keenly aware of the changes in the meteor shower. It was no longer as chaotic and random as before. Instead, it seemed to have been slightly adjusted. After the adjustment, there was a change that sealed the surroundings. The power emitted by the meteors seemed to have faintly merged into one and suppressed everything. In just an instant, the pressure Zong faced increased several times. The pressure was still not strong enough for him. However, Zong knew that if he continued to use his movement technique to dodge, the pressure would increase again. In the end, he didn't know how strong it would become. Since that was the case, there was no need to dodge anymore. His eyes narrowed and a hint of sharpness shot out from his pupils. The deep knight's sword at his waist was unsheathed in an instant. The sword light was pitch black. It streaked across the void, as if bringing with it a trace of darkness. The black sword light was not conspicuous. It was only as thick as a finger. However, in an instant, it pierced through the void and hit a meteorite 100 meters away. The meteorite paused for a moment and instantly exploded into dozens of smaller pieces, rushing in all directions. He swung his sword. The meteorites that were bombarding him were exploded one by Zong's sword in the air. After the explosion, although they were still powerful, their power was reduced by a level and the threat was reduced. Boom, boom, boom. Every meteorite that was attacking him from all directions paused in midair 100 meters away and then exploded. It was as magnificent as a flourishing firework, enchanting and fascinating. Zong's figure stood erect under the flourishing firework. His back was as sharp as a sword, faintly piercing the sky as if it was going to pierce through the 9 heavens. It was like a painting that had been passed down since ancient times. Zong swung his sword again, and instantly, the broken pieces of the meteorite were shattered a second time. Moreover, they were scattered in all directions and collided with other fragments, but they were unable to affect Zong in the slightest. If someone were to see this, they would definitely be amazed. The test of the 4th realm was the combination and sublimation of the previous 3 realms. Zong was not afraid. He believed that he could pass through it with his own strength. As for the 5th realm, Zong was not sure. However, he would think about it after passing the 4th realm. However, what would be considered passing the 4th realm? As Zong pondered, he swung his sword and shattered meteorites one after another. Although the meteorites were very powerful, they were nothing to him. It was just that there were a little more of them, which gave him some pressure. Although his body refining cultivation was suppressed, Zong did not find it difficult to deal with them with his qi refining cultivation. If Zhao Mingkong and the others knew, they would be very surprised. They speculated that Zong might be able to pass the 4th realm, but it would definitely be very difficult. Who would have thought that not only did Zong easily pass the first 3 realms, but he also did not suffer much pressure in the 4th realm? This was because they did not know Zong's ability. Zong's foundation was very strong and profound. His strength was astonishing. During that half a year of closed-door training, not only did he fully tap into the potential that was stimulated by more than 2 years of pressure and tempering in the bewildering light sea, he also used up the power of more than 50 fog crystals to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth on a deeper level. Therefore, his strength was much stronger than half a year ago. Even if his cultivation was the same, it was also stronger. Boom, boom, boom. More and more meteorites fell and became more and more concentrated. The momentum became more and more violent, and the pressure increased. It felt as if the sky was about to collapse and suppress everything. Zong faintly felt that it was difficult to breathe. This was also caused by the suppression of his body refining cultivation. Otherwise, with a strong physique, he could easily resist this feeling. However, even if his body refining cultivation was suppressed, Zong was not afraid with his qi refining cultivation. This was like a battle of life and death. Zong did not treat this as a game from the beginning. This was a battle of life and death. If he could not withstand it, he might be killed. Of course, if he was killed here, he would not really die. He would just leave after failing the challenge. However, if he did not face it directly, he would develop bad habits. The meteorite shower could not do anything to Zong. It seemed to be enraged. The red color became more and more intense, and more meteorites appeared. They became more and more concentrated and violent. The rain turned into a storm. Is there no end to this? After muttering to himself, Zong suddenly soared into the sky, passing through the meteorites in an instant. When he reached the highest point he could reach, he slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, countless sword lights, sword chi, and sword rays surged and gathered into his sword, turning into an extremely sharp black sword ray. It was as thin as a hair, but extremely tough and could easily tear through everything. Kill! Heaven and earth were aligned. With this sword, the sky suddenly darkened as if dusk had fallen. The void was directly torn apart, and the meteorites that had just fallen were also split in half in an instant. A giant crack appeared in the sky, as if it had been torn apart by the sword. The crack quickly spread until it seemed to stretch endlessly before it gradually shattered. This sword seemed to have exceeded the upper limit of this arcane realm and broken its limit. Vaguely, Chunzong came to a realization. He had broken through. Chapter 1674. The first stage of the bewildering light realm was the tenfold door. The second stage was the flowing light realm. The third stage was the 10,000 flowers realm. These were the three basic stages, and they were the easiest to pass. According to the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, one would be rewarded after passing the three basic stages. The reward would be chosen after the challenge. The difficulty of the fourth stage increased significantly. It was the combination and enhancement of the three basic stages. Without sufficient strength, one could forget about passing it. As for the fifth stage, it was called the blood-dripping stage. Chunzong quickly understood the meaning of this stage. In a wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see, the wind was as sharp as a blade, and the world was filled with an indescribable murderous intent. The murderous intent was faint at first, but gradually increased like a rising tide, becoming more and more intense. A gust of wind swept up the dust and sand in the air as if a door of nothingness had been opened. A figure appeared and walked over. In an instant, the murderous intent increased by a few notches. As the dust and sand swept away, the figure appeared clearly before Chunzong, a body covered in blood-red armor and holding a long saber, like a lone wolf walking in the wasteland, filled with endless desolation. Traces of cold aura surrounded the figure, fluctuating endlessly. The blood-armored man raised his eyelids. Instantly, two extremely sharp cold lights shot out, piercing through the void as if they were going to pierce through Chunzong's body. He took a step forward and suddenly turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning, extremely fast. The long saber was also unsheathed in an instant, traversing hundreds of meters in an instant. The saber was like a blood-red bolt of lightning with extreme murderous intent as it slashed through the air. Extremely fast, extremely ruthless, it abandoned all elegance, leaving only the most direct and pure killing. It was like a saber technique that was honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. One slash of the saber would only result in death. An ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage cultivator would definitely not be able to block this saber. Chunzong's expression did not change, and his body did not move at all. Until the saber slashed down and was about to hit him, his right hand trembled, and the Deep Knight's sword was unsheathed. The sword light streaked across the void and arrived first, slashing through the opponent's body. The blood-red saber light paused and then dissipated. The figure also turned into nothingness. A gust of wind swept past, and two figures in blood-red armor appeared, attacking Chunzong from the left and right. Another slash, for figures clad in blood-red armor. 8 figures clad in blood-colored armor. 16 figures in blood-red armor. Every time Chunzong killed someone with a single slash of his sword, more figures in blood-red armor would appear, doubling the previous number. Each of the figures in blood-red armor was stronger than an ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. Their saber skills were sharp and ruthless, shocking to the extreme. It was a pure saber skill that was terrifying. Chunzong also found that the more people in blood-red armor there were, the more obvious the connection between them became. It was as if they were about to form a battle formation, which invisibly strengthened their power. One easy, too easy for easy. But Qinzong also found that, as the number of people increased, the pressure he faced increased. The 64 men in blood-red armor were all killed by Chun Ye's sword. Qinzong also felt a little tired. His body refining cultivation was suppressed, and his physical strength was not as good as before. In the face of so many opponents' fearless attacks, even if Qinzong killed them all, it would not be easy for him. Looking at the 128 men in blood-red armor, Qinzong's face became more and more solemn. Every man in blood-red armor exuded a shocking murderous aura. When a murderous aura gathered, it became more and more frightening, like a murderous storm. One man in blood-red armor was Lone Wolf. A group of men in blood-red armor was a pack of wolves. Kill. The 128 men in blood-red armor immediately drew their long sabers and charged forward in waves. The saber lights were dense and continuous, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if the long saber waves were rolling, and there was no gap to be seen. It was suffocating. The shocking pressure swept over, making Qinzong's body sink. For a moment, he felt as if he could not move. Fight! Using the heavenly wind formless body technique to the extreme, he turned into a gust of wind and passed through the undetectable gaps between the saber lights. The Chun Yi slashed out with Chun Ye's sword and immediately killed 2 men in blood-red armor. The blood-dripping realm, the blood-dripping wasteland, was a bloody battle that would not end until one of them died. Kill, kill, kill. Qinzong felt his exhaustion increasing. His strength was constantly being consumed, and his recovery speed could not keep up. When the last man in blood-red armor died under his sword, Qinzong's breathing became rapid. He quickly circulated the Genesis sword origin technique to constantly restore his consumed strength. Unfortunately, his storage ring was sealed, and he could not take out any elixirs to restore his strength. However, as long as he broke through this realm, his consumed strength would be restored. 256 men in blood-red armor appeared around him, densely surrounding him in a circle. Extremely terrifying and incomparably fierce murderous aura locked onto him, suddenly increasing the pressure on Qinzong. 128 men in blood-red armor were already so difficult to kill. 256 men in blood-red armor would be even more difficult. Qinzong estimated that his qi cultivation strength should be comparable to a 1-star half-step Great Sage powerhouse. However, it was not easy to face so many strong enemies without fear of death. However, the bloody battle was endless. No matter what, he had to do his best to break through the 5th realm. This was still not his limit. Fight! Bloody battle. His strength was being consumed more and more, and his arm that was wielding the sword became more and more sore. There was a faint tingling sensation. Qinzong knew that this was a symptom of overconsumption. He did not know how long it had been since he last had this symptom. At the same time, there was a kind of excitement from the bottom of his heart. He had not experienced this feeling of exhaustion to the point that his body was sore for many years. One by one, the men in blood-red armor were killed by Qinzong. However, Qinzong still suffered some injuries as he tried his best to dodge. However, the saber wounds on his body did not weaken Qinzong. On the contrary, it seemed to have opened up the wildness in Qinzong's heart. He released, wantonly, and wielded his sword. Kill, kill, kill. As if he had turned into a mad demon, his sword kept slashing. There were fewer and fewer men in blood-red armor, but the saber wounds on Qinzong's body were increasing. However, the light in his eyes was getting brighter. The fierce battle was endless. The bloody battle was endless. For long sabers slashed through the air, locking on to the east, west, north, and south. There seemed to be a connection between the 4 sabers, making Qinzong unable to dodge at all. At this point in the bloody battle, although he was excited, his body was very tired, and he did not have much strength left. In the face of these 4 saber attacks, Qinzong wanted to dodge, but he felt powerless. In the distance, the 5th saber light cut through the sky and was about to pierce him. Dangerous! This dangerous situation was not that the opponent was too strong, but that there were too many opponents. Under the situation where his strength was limited, he had fought until now. His strength was almost exhausted, and he himself had also suffered some injuries. The great success universal flow force field broke out again, and it was also the last time. Thousands of torrents rushed out in an instant, rushing in all directions. The sunken knight sword also slashed out again. Kill. The four saber lights paused, and four figures were killed in an instant. Chunzong took a step forward, and his sword seemed to cut through the void, cutting through everything. The saber and the sword collided in an instant. Chunzong used the last of his strength to break the saber, and the trajectory of the saber deviated. Then, his long sword broke through the air. The sword pierced through the head of the man in blood-red armor. Kill. After the sunken knight sword was pulled out, it fell directly. Chunzong felt that his right arm seemed to have lost feeling, and he was exhausted. Starting from one opponent, it became 2, 4, 8, and kept increasing until there were 256 opponents just now. Chunzong fought continuously, and his strength was constantly consumed, and there was no elixir or time to recover. At this point, his strength was completely exhausted, and his arms, especially the right arm that held the sword, seemed to have lost feeling. Fortunately, no new opponents appeared. Otherwise, if there were more opponents, there would be a total of 512 people, and he was afraid that he would not be able to pass this realm. With so many strong opponents, Chunzong estimated that there were very few people who could pass this realm. After all, their cultivation was much higher than his, and their strength was not weak. They would cooperate with each other and kill decisively and fearlessly. Fortunately, he won. In this battle, except for not using the power of the Lingwu, Chunzong had done his best. After all, his body-refining cultivation was directly sealed, and he could not use the doppelganger of Azura. In addition, although his divine thoughts were not affected, the Xiaoyu divine weapon was also sealed. As a result, Chunzong could only use the strength of the Qi refinement realm. After passing through the fifth realm, the wasteland disappeared and turned back into a gray chaos. Chunzong felt traces of cool air quickly spread from all directions and entered his body. His exhausted strength was immediately recovered, and not long after, his strength was restored to its peak. His injuries were also healed, and there were no traces left. Chunzong could feel that the energy in his body had become even purer after recovering from the exhaustion. This was extremely rare. After all, the purity of his strength was far superior to that of cultivators of the same level. If he wanted to continue purifying his strength, he would either have a great encounter or a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. Now, that he could purify his strength even more, it was naturally something worth celebrating. Chunzong has passed through the fifth realm. Do you want to challenge the sixth realm? The cold mechanical voice sounded again. Yes. Chunzong's tone was incomparably firm. The sixth realm, the three punishments platform. The challenge begins. As the voice fell, Chunzong suddenly felt that his body was unable to move. Immediately after, a pitch-black chain, as thick as an arm, quickly slithered from left and right like a dragon or snake emerging from the abyss. It wrapped around his arms, then quickly coiled down along his shoulders and continuously coiled around his body. Then, gray pillars appeared on both sides of the chains. The other end of the chains was covered with lines. The lines looked like swords, axes, and hammers, and they emitted a shocking aura. This was a high platform. This was a high platform used for execution. Chunzong was locked in it, as if he was a prisoner waiting to be executed. Power erupted. Chunzong's face suddenly sank because he realized that his strength had completely disappeared. Whether it was body refining, qi cultivation, or divine sense, all of his strength had disappeared. It was as if he had turned from a powerful saint realm cultivator into an ordinary person, waiting to be executed. What was the test of this realm? Chunzong could not help but think quickly. Chapter 1675. Sixth Realm. Platform of 3 punishments. Boom! A bolt of crimson lightning flashed across the dark sky. Endless dark clouds rolled and gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sky was completely covered. The pressure was so low that it felt like it was about to collapse. Chunzong tried to struggle, but he found that he could not move at all. The dark clouds were surging like a raging tide, suppressing heaven and earth. Chunzong felt oppressed from the bottom of his heart. Incomparably oppressive. So oppressive that he almost collapsed. This kind of oppressive feeling grew stronger with the passage of time, directly attacking his mind. The patterns on the 2 punishment pillars quickly lit up. Then, as if drawn by a mysterious force, they all left the pillars and rushed into the sky, turning into swords, sabers, axes, spears, hammers, and other weapons. The blades of the sabers, swords, and axes were astonishingly sharp, as if they could tear the void apart. The tip of the long spear was extremely sharp, as if nothing in the world could withstand it. The big hammer was heavy and powerful, as if it could crush everything. In an instant, the long sword broke through the air and slashed down. This sword seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart as it slashed towards Chunzong. There was no way for him to dodge. The sword directly landed on Chunzong's body, slashing open his back. The intense pain caused Chunzong to involuntarily tremble. The long sword disappeared, and the long saber slashed down. It was as if it could split the mountains and the seas. It slashed fiercely at Chunzong's shoulder, almost severing his entire shoulder. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The sharp pain swept through Chunzong's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After the long saber slashed down, it disappeared. The giant axe slashed down fiercely, as if it could split heaven and earth. Its power was unparalleled, ferocious. The axe slashed directly at Chunzong's head, as if it wanted to split it open. Chunzong instantly felt as if his head had been struck by an enormous force, causing it to shake endlessly. The indescribable pain seemed to make his soul fly out of his body, causing his facial features to warp and his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The intense pain was like a tide, wave after wave, continuing without end. However, Chunzong was still alive. He was still alive. He had not died just like that. The giant axe disappeared, leaving behind a terrifying wound on his head. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his entire face red, making him look incomparably sinister. The long spear struck down like a shooting star, piercing through the air. In an instant, it pierced through the back and came out from the abdomen, leaving behind a round wound. The wound was broken and blood gushed out unceasingly. A section of the intestines even slid out along with the blood, dangling down and swaying. However, Chunzong was still alive. With his strong willpower, he could not die. Even though Chunzong felt excruciating pain all over his body, he could feel his strength draining away. It was a feeling that he was about to die. But he couldn't die. Once he died, it would be over. No matter what, he had to hold on. He couldn't die. He absolutely couldn't die. Alive, blood gushed out like a fountain, covering Chunzong's eyes. When he opened his eyes, all he could see was red and nothing else. The sledgehammer suddenly burst forth with an extremely tyrannical aura and instantly smashed down. Boom! The sledgehammer seemed to be suppressing everything in the air, as if it was going to shatter the sky and the earth. It mercilessly smashed down on Chunzong's body. Chunzong's entire body trembled violently. Blood gushed out from the wound in his mouth like a fountain, and his strength and vitality leaked out continuously. Live, you must live. The first punishment of the 3 punishments platform, the knife punishment. Chunzong was stripped of all his strength and reduced to an ordinary person. All he had was a strong willpower that had been tempered thousands of times. The test of this realm was one's willpower. If one had great strength but not a strong willpower, one could not be considered a powerhouse. However, Any powerhouse must have an extremely strong willpower. However, the pain of enduring the knife punishment with the body of an ordinary person was indescribable. Excruciating pain, bone-deep pain, soul-deep pain. This was a pain that could tear a person apart. He could feel his blood flowing out continuously, and he could feel his strength draining away. Along with the loss of his blood and strength was his vitality. Once his vitality was drained, he would die. If he died here, he might not really die, but he would fail the challenge. The sixth realm. That Thunder Fire King seems to have reached the sixth realm. Chunzong thought to distract himself to relieve the pain in his body. The first punishment is over. What about the second punishment? Chunzong thought again. Boom! An extremely shocking sound suddenly exploded out, and it surged and shook the heavens and the earth, causing the entire execution platform to tremble without end. Streaks of crimson lightning flashed through the dark clouds, like lightning dragons shuttling back and forth. Traces of electric arcs appeared in the air and spread out. The moment they touched the two punishment pillars, they were immediately absorbed and quickly condensed along the two punishment pillars. They passed through the two black chains and spread to Chunzong's body at an astonishing speed. Electric. The power of the electric arcs spread all over his body, causing Chunzong's body to tremble uncontrollably. The feeling of being electrocuted, combined with the injuries caused by the knife punishment, made the pain even more intense. A streak of crimson lightning, like an evil dragon coming out of the abyss, suddenly shot down from the sky. It was as sharp as a sword, constantly moving forward, tearing the void, and mercilessly bombarding Chunzong's body without any hesitation. Unable to dodge, Chunzong didn't even have any premonition. He was immediately struck by the sword-like scarlet lightning bolt. The sudden sharp pain almost made Chunzong faint. If his willpower wasn't strong enough, he would have fainted already. But when he was awake, Chunzong felt even more intense pain. The extremely strong power of the electric arcs raged crazily on his body, as if it wanted to tear and shatter all his muscles, bones, and internal organs into powder. The wounds on his body also hurt several times more with the raging lightning. Pain. Extreme pain. This pain was several times more intense than the knife punishment in the first punishment. Chunzong clenched his teeth, and blood kept oozing out from the roots of his teeth to resist this extreme pain. It was indescribable. This pain was as if his entire body was being torn apart by the most violent force. Immediately, the second streak of crimson lightning struck down. It was about half the size of the first one, and the power it contained was also much stronger. When this streak of lightning hit Chunzong's body trembled even more violently, and the pain increased again. Then, the third streak of lightning struck down. Chunzong didn't feel any pain from this streak of lightning, as if it had surpassed his limit. But then, the sharp pain was like a volcanic eruption, drowning Chunzong. Hang in there. No matter what, he had to hang in there. Chunzong had a further feeling that in this test, he wouldn't die no matter what, because there was a mysterious force protecting him. But if he fainted, it meant that he had failed the test. The three punishment platforms had a total of 3 punishments. Now that he had endured the first one, he was enduring the second one. No matter what, he had to endure it. He couldn't pass out. His mind was like a sword, sharpening the edge. This was a test and also a kind of training for his mind and will. The second punishment, Heavenly Thunder Punishment. The Heavenly Thunder Punishment consisted of a total of 3 streaks of heavenly lightning. Generally speaking, most people who reached the 6th realm could only endure the first punishment, the saber punishment, and would pass out during the second punishment. Only a few people could endure the second punishment and enter the third punishment, but they would also pass out during the third punishment. The third punishment, Heavenly Fire Punishment. The crimson lightning that filled the sky instantly disappeared without a trace. Chunzong didn't even have time to catch his breath before the dark clouds were dyed red and quickly spread out. An astonishing blazing aura also spread out. Fire, fire, fire. Wisps of flames spread out from the red clouds. burning wantonly as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the flames continued to spread, becoming incomparably blazing. Its power was boundless, and it covered the sky and earth. Burn! Burn crazily. As if it was too blazing, balls of flames fell from above, landing around the 3 punishment platforms and burning fiercely. In just a few seconds, the sky and earth were burning with flames, and the temperature rose rapidly. Chunzong felt as if he was about to be roasted to a crisp. Under the saber punishment, Chunzong's body was broken, and wounds were everywhere. Under the heavenly thunder punishment, Chunzong's wounds no longer bled because they were charred by the lightning. His entire body was covered with terrifying cracks, and he looked as if he would shatter at any time, like a broken porcelain. However, Chunzong's eyes became brighter and brighter. Mind, Will, under these 2 punishments, not only was he not defeated, but he became even more tenacious. The 3rd punishment come. Chunzong was fearless. This was a training. He couldn't defeat himself. The heavenly fire spread, turning into balls of fire that fell from the sky like a fierce meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. A ball of heavenly fire fell on Chunzong's body, and it immediately spread rapidly and burned fiercely. More heavenly fire fell, turning Chunzong into a burning man. He couldn't struggle or move, and the pain was more than doubled. The pain, the extreme pain, kept attacking him, and Chunzong almost went crazy. At the same time, Chunzong kept holding on, and his eyes became calmer and deeper. Vaguely, there seemed to be a wisp of cold light gathering in the depths of his eyes. The cold light was like the edge of a sword, emitting a terrifying sharpness that was unparalleled. His mind was constantly being sharpened, and it gradually released an astonishing sharpness like a sword being sharpened. Saber punishment. Lightning strike my body. Fire burn my body. They couldn't shake his will. Under the pain of this punishment, Chunzong's spiritual will became more and more condensed, and gradually, a change occurred. A qualitative change. A metamorphosis. His spiritual will was metamorphosing to a higher level. There were different levels of spiritual will, but it was difficult to cultivate. It was closely related to one's daily actions and experiences, and it was constantly and inadvertently tempered over a long period of time. Enduring pain was also a way to sharpen one's spirit and willpower. However, who would put themselves in extreme pain under normal circumstances? No one would do that. It was only when there was no other choice, such as now. In order to break through the 6th level of the misty light realm, one had to endure such pain and torture. The heavenly fire kept falling, spreading rapidly from all directions, completely enveloping Chunzong. It burned wantonly, as if it wouldn't stop until Chunzong was completely burned to ashes. Fire, fire, fire. Wanton, wanton. Chunzong seemed to have lost all his senses. He endured it silently and didn't move. Chapter 1676. The heavenly fire burned the world red, and the ground seemed to have melted. However, the 3 punishments platform was extremely sturdy and didn't move at all. Chunzong's figure seemed to have disappeared, leaving behind only a ball of blazing flames that burned incessantly. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. After burning for a full 100 breaths, the blazing flames did not show any signs of extinguishing, nor did they show any signs of weakening. They were still so blazing and exuberant, as if they would not stop until Chunzong was completely burned to ashes. There was only a charred piece of charcoal in the center of the blazing heavenly fire. It didn't look like a human at all, and no aura could be sensed from it. Could it be that Chunzong didn't survive the heavenly fire punishment? However, if he didn't survive the heavenly fire punishment, he should have failed and been sent out. Bang! A sound suddenly rang out. At first, it sounded very faint, but it was especially clear in this absolute silence. Bang! The second voice sounded again, this time much clearer and more forceful. Bang! A third sound rang out, even more powerful, Bang! The fourth sound sounded like the beating of a drum. It beat continuously, becoming more and more powerful. It was the sound of a heart beating. Shenzong was still alive and hadn't completely fainted. The heavenly fire punishment didn't defeat Shenzong. A pair of eyes suddenly opened on his charred body. The black and white were extremely distinct and clear, and there was an indescribable firmness and sharpness in them. The sharpness was like the tip of a heavenly sword that could pierce through everything. It seemed to have pierced through the blazing heavenly fire. Then, it gradually receded and returned to normal. Heart like a sword, blade concealing intent. Then, an extremely shocking willpower soared into the sky. Under the vibration, the black chains that bound his body trembled and made violent noises. The two punishment pillars also trembled. Open! With a violent roar, the sound of thunder that seemed to split the world suddenly exploded. An extremely shocking sharpness erupted from the depths of his soul, containing endless and terrifying power. The sharpness of the light was like a storm that swept through the primal chaos. It immediately repelled the blazing heavenly fire, making it unable to affect him in the slightest. The two chains began to vibrate, even more violently, as if they were being cut by an invisible blade. Fine cracks began to appear on the chains, and they gradually expanded. Cracks also began to appear on the two pillars. Bang! The two chains and the two pillars also broke apart, shattering one after another. My will is like a sword, incomparably sharp and unstoppable. With a thought, the sharpness of the sword became even stronger, sweeping out in all directions. The pillars of punishment and the chains were completely shattered, and the heavenly fire was also quickly extinguished by the impact. The charred skin on Chun Zong's body fell off bit by bit, revealing his fair and smooth skin, as if he had been reborn. The three punishments platform disappeared, and the primal chaos once again returned to the primal chaos. Chun Zong recovered, and his robe was still intact. It was as if everything that had happened before was just an illusion. However, Shenzong also felt that it was not an illusion. The pain was incomparably clear, like a brand. His willpower had also become more condensed and pure, and he felt as if he had broken through his limits and reached a higher level. Shenzong even vaguely felt that his willpower could interfere with the operation of his surroundings, but this feeling was still very faint. No matter what, he should have passed the sixth realm, and he should have benefited greatly. Willpower was extremely important to anyone, especially cultivators. It might not be apparent during normal times, but it was enough to turn the situation around at critical moments. Shenzong has passed the sixth realm, the three punishments platform. Do you want to challenge the seventh realm? The cold mechanical voice immediately sounded, but Shenzong keenly felt that the voice seemed to be less cold and had a different meaning. The seventh realm is the Black Demon God. You have to do your best to defeat the Black Demon God in order to pass the seventh realm. If you can pass the seventh realm, you will obtain permanent residency on Bewildering Light Island and the right to enter and exit the Bewildering Light realm at will. Shenzong was slightly surprised. This time, the cold voice had more words than before, and the explanation was even clearer. Perhaps this was because the seventh realm was different from the sixth realm? Challenge. Shenzong's tone was still without the slightest hesitation. His ultimate goal in challenging the Bewildering Light realm was to leave the Bewildering Light Sea. At the very least, he wanted to obtain permanent residency and the right to enter and exit the Bewildering Light realm at will. This way, he would not need to go to the Bewildering Light Sea to hunt fog demons or sea beasts. He only needed to stay on Bewildering Light Island and cultivate wholeheartedly. He could also challenge the Bewildering Light realm at any time to train himself, and eventually pass the eighth realm and leave the Bewildering Light Sea. He had to challenge the seventh realm, regardless of whether he could pass it or not. From a voice, Shenzong made some inferences. The seventh realm should be a battle with an existence called the Black Demon God. If he defeated the so-called Black Demon God, he would be able to pass the seventh realm and obtain some qualifications, and be able to challenge the eighth realm. Chaos spread out, and a passageway appeared in front of Chunzong again. It was a corridor, and it was pitch black, as if he was walking into a dark abyss. This time, there was no light. Chunzong walked forward in the darkness. Only the sound of his footsteps could be heard in this silent darkness, clear and rhythmic. The 999th step. Chunzong remembered very clearly that this should be the last step of the corridor. In front of him were two black doors, covered with strange patterns. They looked very ferocious, like demons from hell, and emitted an extremely cold and cruel aura. Chunzong reached out and placed his hand on the door, only to feel a trace of coldness invading him. Exerting force, Chunzong pushed the two doors open, and a chilly wind swept out, blowing past Chunzong's body, and immediately made Chunzong feel a trace of coldness. However, such coldness was nothing to Chunzong. The door was completely pushed open, and Chunzong stepped in, only to feel that the inside was filled with an astonishing coldness, forming an invisible pressure. The pressure invaded him, as if it was coming from all directions, directly penetrating into his bones and the depths of his soul. There were lights burning all around, releasing a faint blue light, illuminating all directions, allowing Chunzong to clearly see that this was a palace, a spacious palace. Inside the palace, other than the huge pillars, there seemed to be nothing else. No, when Chunzong's eyes swept across, his pupils suddenly shrank. He did not know when, but right in front of him, there was a throne. On the throne, there seemed to be a figure sitting upright, as steady as a primordial demon mountain. The aura in the entire palace was radiating in all directions with that figure as the center. The figure slowly rose, as if it was incomparably heavy, bringing with it a terrifying pressure that turned into a storm, roaring and surging in all directions. Every move of the figure exuded an astonishing pressure. Is this the Black Demon God? Chunzong muttered to himself. His eyes focused slightly, and he could see even more clearly. It was a figure more than 2 meters tall, looking very burly. He was not wearing any clothes, and his muscles seemed to be cast from steel. The contours of his body were distinct, as if there were volcanoes hidden within. It was fine if they did not erupt, but once they did, it would be earth-shattering. The Black Demon God had a pair of long, black, curved horns covered with spirals on his head. His face was rough, covered with strange black patterns, and he looked like a barbarian from an ancient tribe. His eyes were extremely deep, faintly glowing with a red light. His extremely strong body, which seemed to be cast from steel, was also covered with strange black patterns, like a kind of totem. Under his left shoulder, he wore a blood-red ring that flickered with a strange light. He wore a pair of black animal skin pants, and his calf muscles bulged, also covered with totem-like patterns. Strong, tyrannical, mysterious. It was as if a demon god had descended. This was his opponent and also the target of the 7th realm, the Black Demon God. Just by sensing his aura, Chunzong knew that the Black Demon God was extremely strong, but he could not be sure how strong he was. What he was certain of, however, was that he was definitely much stronger than an ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert, and Tian Jianzi was definitely no match for him. Vaguely, Chunzong was a little excited. It was an excitement that came from the battle intent in his heart. Intuitively, he knew that this was a powerful opponent. Challenger, you can only enter the 8th realm if you defeat me. The Black Demon God suddenly roared. The emphasis was a little strange, but Chunzong could understand what the other party was trying to say. If you want to fight, then let's fight. His battle intent surged, but Chunzong did not let it get to his head and do anything rash. Instead, he stared at his opponent, constantly circulating the primordial sword origin technique, and mobilizing his strength. He stepped forward step by step. The sunken knight sword returned to its scabbard and could be unsheathed to unleash a powerful slash. Chunzong's actions were completely different from the Black Demon God. With a loud roar, the Black Demon God leaped into the air in an extremely violent and barbaric manner. His body, which was as strong as a black demon mountain, exuded an extremely astonishing pressure. It was as if an ancient mountain was charging over. Before his body arrived, his aura had already caused the void to become heavy, making it difficult for Chunzong to breathe. Boom! The black demon god raised his right fist high up in the air, and as he descended, he suddenly punched out. This punch was filled with all of his strength as it blasted towards Chunzong. The void trembled under the terrifying black fist force, almost shattering. Chunzong's expression changed slightly. Just the pressure released by this punch was much stronger than Tian Jinzi's sky sword path. Faced with such a punch, Tian Jinzi would definitely be beaten to death. However, Chunzong was not Tian Jinzi. Before this, Chunzong's strength was much stronger than Tian Jinzi's, and now that his strength had increased, he was even more powerful. Although this punch brought about a lot of pressure, Chunzong was confident that he could withstand it. His right hand trembled and grabbed the hilt of his sword like a phantom. He suddenly pulled the sunken knight sword out of its scabbard and turned into a pitch-black sword light. Like a black crescent moon, it tore through the sky with unparalleled power and instantly slashed across the sky. The power that erupted from this sword seemed to be able to split the void in the hall. It was extremely powerful. Boom! The black sword light and the black fist energy collided. Like the beating of a drum, they instantly erupted with an astonishing momentum and power. Chapter 1677. The black chi was like a raging tide, and like an endless stream of light. It roared like a hurricane and swept out in all directions, rushing past the bodies of Chunzong and the black demon god. The sword and fist collided in an instant. Chunzong felt his sword tremble violently as an extremely terrifying force suddenly rushed towards him, causing the sword to tremble as it rushed towards his palm, as if it wanted to shatter the bones in his hand. Under the characteristics of the primordial sword origin technique, the sword also cut open the black demon god's fist, leaving a sword mark. A look of surprise suddenly appeared in the black demon god's dark eyes. He was surprised that the sword could injure him, even if the injury was very light. Boom! An extremely terrifying and violent force erupted from the sword and fist, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack as rivers poured down. The black demon god's extremely strong body resisted the shockwave and did not retreat in the slightest. He raised his other hand and punched at Chunzong. The terrifying fist pressure made Chunzong feel suffocated, as if his entire body was about to be shattered. Under the shockwave, Chunzong floated forward and leaned back. Like a bamboo in the wind, he burst forth with an even more powerful force, instantly rebounding and slashing out with the deep night sword. Limitless. This sword was mysterious and filled with countless sword lights. Each sword contained an astonishing mystery, displaying the technique to the extreme as it charged towards the black demon god. Chunzong was confident that his current strength, even in terms of chi refinement, was far superior to the Saint Realm, and had even reached the point where he could compete with a one-star half-step Great Saint. Of course, Chunzong could not be sure as he had not fought in a real battle, but even if he had not reached that level, he was not too far off. The black demon god's physique was terrifyingly strong, and the power of his black chi was also extremely terrifying and violent, as if it had an unstoppable characteristic, causing Chunzong to feel extremely pressured. The black demon god's strength was far superior to the Saint Realm, and he might really have reached the one-star half-step Great Saint level. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong's sword did not hesitate at all and continued to attack. The infinite sword chain was unleashed as countless sword flashes came at the black demon god from all directions, enveloping him. From time to time, there would be sword flashes that slashed at the black demon god's body, but they only managed to break through a layer of defense and were unable to cause any obvious damage to him. The black demon god's physique was just too powerful. The fierce battle continued without end. The black demon god's physique was tyrannical, his strength was astonishing, and his strength was violent. However, his battle techniques were mainly firm and violent. He did not pay attention to any changes in his fists, and each punch was like a mountain crashing down and smashing everything in its path. No matter how you change, I will break it with a single punch. It was so simple and so tyrannical, yet possessed such astonishing power. Chunzong felt as though his sword light was about to be shattered with every punch from the Black Demon God. Too strong. Not only was his strength tyrannical, but it also contained an unstoppable characteristic. The cultivation technique that the Black Demon God cultivated was also very brilliant and was probably not inferior to his Genesis sword technique. Of course, this was also because his Genesis sword technique was not at a high enough level. If it could reach the 31st level, its power would be even more tyrannical, and its earth-shattering characteristic would also be enhanced. However, this cultivation technique was self-created, and it was not that simple to raise its level. He threw away all distracting thoughts and fought with all his might. The Black Demon God was a powerful enemy, a very powerful opponent, and an opponent that he had to use all his strength to contend against. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Demon God stood on both feet, as though he had become one with the palace floor. His extremely strong body was like an iron tower, unshakable. His two fists were continuous, forming an extremely violent offensive that attacked like a meteor storm. The power condensed in each punch was something that even a one-star half-step great saint would not dare to underestimate. Chain. The sword light was continuous, and it weakened the Black Demon God's attack layer by layer, but the Black Demon God's attack was too violent. Boom. That punch burned with a black force, and it struck down like a black comet. The suppressive bombardment caused Chunzong's expression to change drastically. He slashed out with his sword, and the black and white were clearly distinguished. Dual forms, sword realm. Suddenly, that extremely terrifying punch arrived and bombarded the dual form sword realm. Its power was weakened layer by layer, and it was completely blocked. Compared to the chain sword realm, the defensive power of the dual form sword realm was undoubtedly many times greater. The Black Demon God's attack also paused for a moment, and Chunzong immediately seized the opportunity. He raised his sword high, and endless sword chi, sword light, and sword light unfolded like a scroll, spreading out in all directions. The light became even dimmer in an instant, as though night was about to fall. Slash! In an instant, Chunzong's sword slashed down, and endless sword chi, sword light, and sword light gathered on the sunken knight's sword, turning into an extremely thin strand of sword light that was as thick as a strand of hair. It tore through the sky and mercilessly slashed at the Black Demon God's body. Previously, Chunzong found it difficult to truly injure the Black Demon God with each of his sword strikes. Now that he had used his most powerful move, heaven and earth aligned, its power was extremely terrifying, and even Chunzong did not know if he could injure the Black Demon God. Slash! The timing of this attack was extremely precise. The sword slashed out and struck the Black Demon God like a hot knife through butter. Its astonishing sharpness, coupled with the characteristics of the Primordium Sword Yuan technique, immediately tore apart the defensive power covering the Black Demon God's skin. It tore apart the extremely tough skin of the Black Demon God and broke into his body. There was a ripping sound, as though cloth was being torn apart, and a long sword wound appeared on the Black Demon God's body. Extremely red and boiling hot blood flowed out of the wound like lava. The Black Demon God lowered his head and stared blankly, as though he could not believe that he had been injured. Roar! An extremely furious roar sounded from the Black Demon God's mouth. Rage! Rage! Extreme rage! In his fury, the Black Demon God's originally very strong body swelled up again, and his muscles swelled up like a volcano that was about to erupt with an extremely terrifying power that could destroy everything. Whoosh! Berserk! Chunzong's expression changed drastically. The aura of the Black Demon God had increased by more than 50%, and his body had also grown a lot taller, reaching a height of 2.5 meters. His arms had become thicker, and one could vaguely see a terrifying black force surging, gradually spreading to the surface of his skin. As though it had been ignited, it turned into a faint black flame. Burn! It seemed to be a demonic fire that came from the depths of hell. Die! An extremely violent voice sounded from the berserk black demon god's mouth, and the red in his eyes turned into flames that spewed out and burned fiercely. He raised his fist that had become even larger, and his 5 fingers were clenched tightly. A ball of extremely violent black, demonic fire that was filled with a destructive aura sword. Boom! Like a world-destroying star falling from the sky. This blow was earth-shattering and seemed to shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Chunzong felt as though he had been blasted into smithereens. This feeling went straight to his soul and mind and was irresistible. It was all-conquering and unstoppable. This aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if this punch would shatter him into pieces. His entire body would shatter, and his entire soul would be destroyed. The power of Lingwu burst forth. A roar that sounded like a volcanic eruption suddenly sounded, and Chunzong's chi cultivation power suddenly soared from the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment Realm to the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Realm, and his basic strength increased greatly. Dual forms, sword boundary. The black and white chaotic sword halo rotated. The punch, which carried an extremely terrifying power, arrived in an instant and directly bombarded the dual forms sword boundary of the black and white chaotic sword. Chunzong could feel an extremely terrifying power that caused the sword to tremble, but it was not broken. He blocked it. The mysteries of the dual forms sword boundary seemed to separate time and space, and immediately weakened the violent power of the punch. It was unable to hurt Chunzong. The furious and violent black demon god's fists continued to bombard Chunzong, as though he was determined to break the dual form sword boundary. For a moment, Chunzong could not find a chance to counterattack. Chunzong could only consume his strength to maintain the dual forms sword boundary. This was a unique skill that could be used in an instant and stopped in an instant. It could also be maintained to protect oneself. If one kept maintaining it, one's strength would continue to be consumed. While maintaining the dual form sword boundary, Chunzong was waiting for an opportunity. Even though the black demon god had become violent, he could not continue to bombard him. There had to be a pause, and Chunzong only needed a moment to counterattack. This time, it was fine if he did not counterattack, but once he did, he would erupt with an even more powerful force to kill him. The black demon god could not attack continuously. The moment he paused for a moment, Chunzong immediately counterattacked. Line of heaven and earth. With the eruption of the Lingwu power, the power of the blood thunder explosion also surged into the sword, and a streak of blood-colored lightning flashed. Kill! The power of this sword was much stronger than the previous one. The black demon god was shocked and hurriedly crossed his arms to defend himself. The hair-thin and terrifying sword chi was suffused with traces of scarlet red. It tore through the void and immediately chopped off the black demon god's arm, leaving a sword scar on his chest. Slash! Chunzong unleashed the line of heaven and earth for the second time. The second explosion of his full power had put a huge burden on Chunzong. The black demon god was in extreme pain after his arm was chopped off, but he was extremely fierce. He used his entire body to crash into Chunzong. It was as though a mountain was moving, and his momentum was terrifying. Chunzong retreated slightly to open up the distance between them, and the sword slashed down brazenly. Line of heaven and earth. The power of the blood thunder explosion was integrated into the sword, and it struck the black demon god once again. The third sword, line of heaven and earth. He would not let go of the opportunity. Slash! One of the black demon god's arms was completely chopped off. He roared as though he was weeping blood, but he charged forward fearlessly. His strong body burned with extremely blazing black demonic fire, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a dark meteor that charged forward. Mutual destruction. Chunzong rapidly retreated. He stood firmly on the ground and held the deep night sword high with both hands. Finally, with the eruption of the Lingwu power, the myriad streams force field, the domain of heart, and the blood thunder explosion poured out in torrents without reservation. The myriad streams force field and the domain of heart merged in an instant, and the power of the torrents increased exponentially. They struck the dark meteor, causing it to pause for a moment, and its momentum to weaken slightly. The sword slashed down. Slash! The space in the hall seemed to have been split open by this sword. Chapter 1678. First update, please follow the official account. 6 Realms of Oblivion. You can find out when the update happens. It was unstoppable. Even though it was torn apart, it was as if 2 meteors had bombarded him. Its power was extremely shocking. Chunzong continuously used the line of heaven and earth. Although the last attack was the most powerful, it was also a sword attack that used up all of his strength. Under the situation where his body-refining cultivation was sealed, his arm trembled slightly for a moment and became numb and stiff for a moment. He used up the last of his strength and barely moved his body. However, he could only avoid half of the meteors and could not avoid the other half. After being hit, Chunzong felt as if he had really been hit by a meteor. His body trembled violently in an instant, and he frantically retreated. An extremely violent force bombarded his body continuously, as if it was about to explode. Steady. You must steady. Chunzong's entire body was covered in blood as he flew back several thousand meters, crashing into the extremely hard walls of the palace. A huge force entered his back and swept through his entire body. All the bones in his body emitted weak sounds as they shattered. Miserable. At this moment, Chunzong was still alive, but he was extremely miserable. His body looked as if he had been hit by a meteor head-on. Blood flowed everywhere. His left arm was broken, his chest caved in, and his back was shattered. His injuries were extremely serious, and he was on the verge of death. The reason he was still alive was because Chunzong's willpower had been honed in the 6th realm and had broken through its original limit to reach a higher level. Although he was drenched in blood, Chunzong still had a smile on his face. The black demon god was split in half by his line of heaven and earth. Technically, he should be dead. Out of the corner of his eye, he could vaguely see that the 2 halves of his body had landed in different places. Since he was still alive, he should have won and passed the 7th realm. Everything around him became blurry and the palace disappeared. Chunzong once again entered the chaos. As a mysterious power descended, Chunzong immediately felt that his injuries were rapidly healing. His nearly depleted strength was also rapidly recovering. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. Chunzong's strength was completely restored, and so were his injuries. After recovering, he felt that his power had become a little purer. His body seemed to have become a little stronger, and the circulation of his power had become a little smoother. Chunzong has passed the challenge of the 7th realm Black Demon God and obtained the right to stay on Bewildering Light Island permanently. You have obtained the right to enter the Bewildering Light realm to challenge at will. Do you wish to challenge the 8th realm? The voice sounded. It was less cold and stiff and more gentle. There seemed to be a difference in treatment between those who had passed the 7th realm and those who had not. At the very least, that was the case in terms of the tone of their speech. This indirectly proved a point. Yes, Chunzong answered without hesitation. He was very determined. He had almost failed to pass the 7th level, and the 8th level would only be more difficult. He might not be able to pass it, but no matter what, he had to try. After all, he had already passed the 7th level and obtained the corresponding qualifications. Even if he couldn't pass the 8th level this time, he had at least see the difficulty first and experience it for himself. Once he had an idea of how difficult it was, he would know when he came in the next time. The strength that the Black Demon God had unleashed at the end of the 7th realm was at the level of a 1-star half-step Great Saint. It was very powerful. However, all the strength that he had unleashed was also at the level of a 1-star Great Saint. That was why he was able to kill the black demon god. The eighth realm, the absolute dragon realm. The voice fell silent, and the surrounding chaos changed again. Chunzong found himself in a volcanic purgatory-like valley. There were countless cracks of various sizes on the ground, and in each crack, there was extremely hot magma flowing. The red light emitted was so dazzling that it was difficult to look at it directly. Standing in this scorched valley, Chunzong felt an astonishing heat spreading in all directions. He felt like he was about to be roasted. In front of him was a huge volcano. Waves of magma constantly poured out from the mouth of the volcano, flowing down the volcano like a waterfall. Chunzong's face became extremely grim when he sensed the might of the volcano. Even so, Chunzong could still withstand it. Then, where was his opponent? Or rather, how was this realm assessed? Just as Chunzong's cold eyes stared over to search for his opponent, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly soared into the sky from the volcano, accompanied by a violent flood of magma that was 100 meters long. Immediately, Chunzong saw a huge dragon head appear at the crater of the volcano. The dragon was huge and completely red. Countless drops of red magma were dripping down. Just the dragon head alone was 100 meters long, and its huge eyes were burning with astonishing flames, like heavenly fire. It was hard to imagine that this was just a dragon head. If the whole thing came out, how amazing would it be? Being stared at by the huge eyes, Chunzong's body suddenly tensed up, as if he was constantly being held tightly by an invisible hand. His muscles and bones were trembling, and his strength was shaking. So strong, so terrifying. Although it was not as strong as the blood-killer king Luo Yin, it was still a very tyrannical existence to him. It was completely superior to the black demon god. The magma red dragon's eyes stared and locked onto Chunzong. Immediately, it opened its mouth, and an extremely red flood of flames instantly spewed out from the huge dragon mouth. It was as if a sea of flames was pouring down, crossing the void in all directions and bombarding him with unavoidable bombardment. In an instant, the surrounding magma seemed to be stirred up and vibrated. An extremely terrifying pressure filled the air, attacking and suppressing Chunzong from all directions. Unable to dodge, Chunzong could only watch as the red flood of flames surged towards him. Its speed was astonishing, and its momentum was powerful and earth-shattering. Slash! In an instant, Chunzong ignited the power of Lingwu and burst out the power of the blood thunder explosion. He operated the primordial sword yuan technique to the extreme and integrated all his power into the sword. Heaven and earth aligned. This sword was the strongest when a lesser imperial divine weapon could not be used. It was also this sword that killed the seventh realm black demon god. The hair-like sword light shot out and instantly collided with a red flood of flames. It was mighty and mighty, but collapsed in an instant. It was as if a large stone had been thrown into the water. It only created layers of ripples and then returned to silence. Chunzong was surprised. The red flood of flames had smashed through all of Chunzong's resistance in an instant. The extremely high temperature and power directly destroyed Chunzong. It was unstoppable. Chunzong could only resist for less than 3 breaths of time before his entire body melted. He lost all consciousness and sank into eternal oblivion. When he regained consciousness, Chunzong appeared in the chaos again. Recalling the scene just now, he immediately revealed a bitter smile. The difference was too great. If the black demon god was at the level of a 1-star half-step great saint, then the magma red dragon strength was at least at the level of a 2-star half-step great saint, or even higher. A difference of a few percent in strength was enough to form a suppression. A difference of 2 times was even more shocking. A difference of 2 times was completely crushing. Thinking of this, Chunzong could not help but shake his head and reveal a bitter smile. The 8th realm was indeed very difficult. Moreover, the assessment of the bewildering light realm was closely related to one's cultivation. The higher one's cultivation was, the stronger the corresponding opponent would be. only under the condition that one's cultivation did not change while increasing one's strength in other aspects to increase one's strength, would there be hope of defeating the opponent and passing the 8th realm. Although he had failed, at least he knew that the 8th realm's difficulty was astonishing and gave him a goal to move forward. Only with a goal would one be more motivated. Chunzong has failed to challenge the 8th realm, the Extinction Dragon realm. The highest record is the 7th realm. You can choose 4 heavenly and earthly stone inscriptions. Please make your choice. The voice seemed to carry a trace of undetectable regret. Soon after, 9 stone tablets appeared in the primal chaos. They became clear and were distributed around Chunzong. The color of each stone tablet was the same. They were all a chaotic gray color, but the patterns condensed on them were completely different. Chunzong was not surprised at all. Before entering, Zhao Mingkong had already told him that as long as he passed the 4th realm, he could choose the heavenly and earthly stone inscriptions. Past the 4th realm, he could choose 1. Past the 5th realm, he could choose 2. Past the 6th realm, he could choose 3. Past the 7th realm, he could choose 4. Chunzong passed the 7th realm. He could choose 4. Every single one of the 9 stone inscriptions contained a different profundity. When Chunzong stared at the patterns on the first stone tablet, he instantly felt an extremely sharp, light tear through the darkness. It was as if the heavens and earth had been split apart. Endless profundities also surged forth. However, due to the restrictions, he could not comprehend anything. He could only feel it, silently memorizing it in his heart. Chunzong looked at the second stone tablet. The second stone tablet disappeared instantly, as if it had turned into a sea of fire, burning fiercely. A hurricane blew, and the wind roared past. The fire surged and spread continuously, rising higher and higher into the sky, until it finally filled the heavens and earth. A speck of starlight appeared on the third stone tablet. It instantly turned into a stream of light and flew away like a meteor, leaving only a dazzling trail. Immediately, more starlight appeared, like a meteor storm that filled the dark void. At the 4th stone tablet, the dark void was quiet and deep, as if it was frozen. Suddenly, black and white lights appeared and circled around each other, as if a black fish and a white fish were chasing each other. They circled around in the dark void and faintly formed a pattern that was filled with endless mysteries. The 5th stone tablet. From time to time, a pitch-black crack would appear in the dark void. As soon as it appeared, it immediately filled the air with an extremely shocking aura. It was like an open mouth that swallowed all things, swallowing and crushing everything. The 5th stone tablet. Endless lightning flashed. Endless thunderbolts struck down from the sky, bombarding everything. Being bombarded by the violent thunderbolts, it was as if the heavens and earth were about to be destroyed. There were even bits of sparks that sputtered out, gradually forming into sparks. Then, they turned into flames that quickly spread and became raging flames that burned the sky. The 6th stone tablet. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. All things grew withered and died. Rivers flowed, the sun and moon rotated, and the heavens and earth changed. The 7th stone tablet. Hundreds of beasts galloped, roared, and competed with each other. It was a bloody battle in the wilderness. It was incomparably cruel. The 8th stone tablet. The void was like an ocean. Raging waves rose and filled the heavens. Chapter 1679. The 9 stone inscriptions of heaven and earth in the chaotic space each contained different mysteries, but they were all very brilliant. Chunzong could only choose 4 of them to form a brand so that he could study them in the future. So, how should he choose among the 9? Chunzong made his decision without much hesitation. The first stone tablet was as sharp as a knife or a sword. It contained amazing sharpness and mystery, tearing the void and splitting the heaven and earth. The second stone tablet was burning with flames and blowing with strong wind. Obviously, it contained the mysteries of fire and wind. The fourth stone tablet was black and white, which played and intertwined with each other. It should contain the mysteries of yin and yang. The fifth stone tablet was struck by heavenly thunder, which filled the heaven and earth with rolling lightning and blazing fire. It clearly contained the mysteries of thunder and fire. Chunzong immediately made his choice among the four stone tablets. When Chunzong made his choice, the four stone tablets suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the chaotic space. The light quickly shrank inward and finally condensed into the shadows of the stone tablets, which quickly disappeared between Chunzong's eyebrows and went straight into his spirit sea. Chunzong only felt that there were four more stone tablets in his spirit sea. They were the four stone inscriptions of heaven and earth that he had chosen. In the future, as long as he concentrated his mind, he could meditate on the mysteries contained in the stone tablets and improve himself. Stone inscriptions of heaven and earth. They contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. Just as Chunzong finished choosing the stone inscriptions of heaven and earth, a beam of light suddenly rushed up from the altar in the outside world. The light instantly exploded with amazing momentum. The first beam, "It's coming out," the heaven-battering heavenly king said with a smile. Every person who passed the fourth level of the bewildering light realm for the first time would have a reaction from the bewildering light realm. The bewildering light realm would explode in the sky so that everyone on the bewildering light island would know. "You passed the fourth level. Not bad." Zhao Mingkong nodded. Then, the second beam of light rushed up again, which surprised Zhao Mingkong and the heaven-battering king. It was a little unexpected that he had passed the fifth level. It seemed that this man was indeed extraordinary. Then, when the third beam of light rushed up, Zhao Mingkong, the heaven-battering king, and King Hunshan were shocked. The sixth realm. This was the mark of passing the sixth realm. One had to know that on the current Bewilderment Island, there were many that had passed through the fourth realm. Basically, every single one of them had passed through the fourth realm, and there were also many that had passed through the fifth realm. However, there were only a few that had passed through the sixth realm. Previously, the Thunderfire King had passed through the sixth level and stopped at the seventh level. But now, a junior who had just arrived on Bewildering Light Island and whose cultivation was only at the Saint Realm had actually passed the sixth stage. It was simply inconceivable. Zhao Mingkong, or the Heaven-Battering King, Luo Yin, the Blood-Killer King in a blood-red robe, narrowed his eyes and became solemn. Both Zhao Mingkong and the Heaven-Battering King had passed through the sixth realm, which was a big threat to him. After all, he had only passed the sixth level. There was no way he could pass the seventh level. Bloodkill King Luo Yin was one of the best six-star warriors because he had passed through the sixth realm. The other six-star warriors had only passed through the fifth realm. That was the difference. Another person passed the sixth level. I wonder who it is. There are only a few people who have a chance of passing through the sixth realm. The Thunderfire King glanced at the sky without any expression. The difficulty of the seventh realm was too high. The Black Demon God's combat strength was amazing and difficult to defeat. The fourth light soared into the sky. Zhao Mingkong and the other two were dumbfounded. The fourth light. This meant that this junior had passed through the seventh realm. How was this possible? It was his first time in the Bewildering Light realm, and he had passed through the seventh realm. It was simply incredible and unimaginable. Thus, no one could remain calm. The Thunderfire King suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky. His eyes shone with an incomparably terrifying light. As his aura fluctuated, endless thunder fire aura spread out from his body. Arcs of lightning and wisps of flame spread out and hovered around, covering an area of 100 meters. It was extremely terrifying and filled with the power to destroy everything. Shocking. It was hard to imagine the shock in the Thunderfire King's heart at this moment. In an instant, figures flashed in the Thunderfire King's mind. They were the few people he saw when he walked out of the Bewildering Light realm. Then, who was the person who had passed through the seventh realm? The Silverblade King or the Heaven-Battering King? Immediately, the image in the Thunderfire King's mind froze. An unfamiliar figure with an unfamiliar face appeared. He was very young and had never seen him before. Moreover, His cultivation was only at the Saint realm. Shaking his head, the Thunderfire King found it hard to believe. Immediately, his body turned into a scarlet thunderbolt and quickly broke through the sky. His destination was the bewildering light realm. In another direction, there were also rays of light that broke through the sky and flew away rapidly. Their destination was also the bewildering light realm. Currently, there were more than 100 people on the entire bewildering light island. However, only one person had passed through the 7th realm. That person was the strongest person with a 7-star battle strength, and also the strongest person on the bewildering light island. Now, there was a second one. Who was it? Everyone was curious and wanted to see it with their own eyes. The Blood Killer King Luo Yan's face was extremely gloomy. It was as if there were dark clouds covering his face. There was even a trace of crazy, murderous intent in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, the Blood Killer King's figure flashed and turned into a scarlet ray of light. He wanted to confirm who had passed through the 7th realm of the bewildering light realm. Is it him? Is it him? Or was it him? In an instant, a few faces flashed through the Blood Killer King's mind. He eliminated them one by one and finally locked onto one person. It was a very young face, but it was hard to believe. Chunzong certainly didn't know that he would cause such a huge commotion just by passing through the 7th realm of the bewildering light realm. When Chunzong walked out of the bewildering light realm's door, he was instantly slightly shocked. Because a few tens of figures had appeared in the surroundings of the bewildering light realm's altar, and every single figure had shockingly formidable fluctuations of aura that rippled out from them. These were all half-step Great Saint experts on the bewildering light island. They were at least 4-star battle strength. None of them was someone he could compare to now. They could easily kill him. At the same time, there was an incomparably powerful aura spreading over from further away. Soon, a ray of light descended. The scarlet ray of light filled the sky like a surging sea of blood. The baleful aura was extremely shocking. It was very familiar. Chunzong immediately looked over and saw a pair of blood-red eyes that were filled with murderous intent. Blood Killer King Luo Yan. When Luo Yan saw Chunzong, an extremely strong murderous intent and faint uneasiness arose in his heart. The worst thing had happened. It turned out that this person had passed through the 7th realm. This meant that this boy's talent was beyond his imagination. It was terrifying. Then, the Bloodkill King's thoughts changed. The other party was only in the Saint Rudiment realm. The protection period here was only 10 years, at most 10 years. This wouldn't change just because he had passed through the 7th realm. Within 10 years, the Bloodkill King couldn't kill the other party. However, even if the other party could improve in 10 years, it wouldn't be too much. At best, the other party's cultivation would reach the limit of the Saint Rudiment realm. At most, the other party's combat strength would reach the level of 1 or 2 star. He was definitely not the Bloodkill King's opponent. When the protection period was over, the Bloodkill King would immediately kill the other party to prevent future troubles. Otherwise, if such a peerless prodigy was allowed to grow, he would definitely take revenge on the Bloodkill King. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in the Bloodkill King's eyes converged. An extremely violent aura surged like thunder, containing an astonishing blazing aura fluctuation. In the air, there were faint electric arcs and flames flickering and spreading, making everyone feel pressured. Then a figure descended like a god. The Thunderfire King. As soon as the Thunderfire King appeared, his eyes stared directly at Chunzong. His eyes flickered with lightning and flames as if he wanted to see through Chunzong directly. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that the person who passed through the 7th realm would be a little friend. A chuckle suddenly sounded, as if it came from all directions along with the wind, making it impossible to tell where it came from. Then, a gust of wind rolled by, and a figure appeared next to the altar. It was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. He looked gentle and elegant, very elegant and graceful. Ancient Wind King. The Thunderfire King spat out 3 words, but didn't say anything else. The Ancient Wind King was one of the 3 7-star realm masters on Bewildering Light Island. He had also passed through the 6th realm and stopped at the 7th realm. Therefore, when he learned that someone had passed through the 7th realm, he immediately rushed over to take a look. He didn't expect it to be a Saint Rudiment Realm Jr. Asterisk hua hua hua. Asterisk in the void, the sound of surging waves suddenly rang out. It was as if the waves of a vast sea were crashing down, sweeping across the void. Suddenly, the humidity in the air increased sharply, and everyone could clearly smell the water vapor. Vaguely, there seemed to be the shadow of a mountain moving horizontally. It was extremely heavy and powerful, filling the void with an astonishing pressure. Every inch of it became heavier. The mountain sea king, the thunder fire king, and the ancient wind king's expressions didn't change, but their eyes narrowed slightly as their hearts became heavy. The mountain sea king, the strongest master on Bewildering Light Island, the strongest 7-star realm master. Once, the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King joined forces to fight the Mountain Sea King. But in the end, it was a draw. Although that battle was just a test, and they didn't use their full strength, the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King knew very well that their strength was indeed inferior to the Mountain Sea King. Even if they joined forces, they were not confident they could defeat the Mountain Sea King. Very strong. In any case, the Mountain Sea King was the only person on the entire island who had passed through the 7th realm of Bewildering Light Island. The momentum of the mountains and seas swept out, suppressing the sky. Then, a figure slowly descended from the sky. It was an old man in a white robe. His white robe seemed to have layers of white waves on it. On it, there were layers of black mountains that stood at the end of the sea. The coexistence of mountains and seas. Greetings, Mountain Sea King. Everyone saluted. Even an arrogant person like the blood-killing king had to put on a show. After all, the Mountain Sea King was the strongest master on Bewildering Light Island. The gap between a 7-star realm master and a 6-star realm master was definitely much greater than the gap between a 6-star realm master and a 5-star realm master. Chapter 1680. He alone could suppress everyone. The Mountain Sea King's hair was as white as snow, but his complexion was as rosy as a baby's. His blood chi was vigorous, and his entire body seemed to contain an astonishing amount of vitality. The Mountain Sea King's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Chunzong. There was a hint of surprise in the depths of his bright and grand eyes. Peak 8th level Saint Realm. With just a glance, the Mountain Sea King could clearly see Chunzong's cultivation base. He could even see that Chunzong's body refinement cultivation base was extraordinary. However, the Mountain Sea King could not tell what level his body refinement cultivation had reached. He could only say that it was at the late chaotic heaven realm. Chi and Chi cultivators. Moreover, both of them had reached the late chaotic heaven realm. May I know your name, little friend? The Mountain Sea King asked with a smile. My surname is Chunzong. Greetings, Senior Mountain Sea King. Chunzong replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner as he saluted with his sword. Little friend Chunzong, I feel like old friend with you at first sight. Would you like to follow this old man to my humble abode for a chat? The Mountain Sea King invited him directly. Chunzong thought for a moment and immediately agreed. Currently, he was under the protection of the Bewildering Light Island's power. This protection was faint before, but after breaking through the 7th level of the Bewildering Light realm, Chunzong could feel it more clearly. It was an unimaginable power that was faintly gathering around him. It was difficult to detect. The strength of this power was so shocking that even Luo Yin, the Blood Killer King, would not be able to break it. If someone tried to threaten Chunzong's life, this power would counterattack and kill them instantly. This power was so strong that even 6 stars and 7 stars would not be able to resist it. Even if he was an 8-star warrior, he would still be killed. Even 9 stars would not be spared. As for whether the legendary 10 stars, invincible half-step great saint would be able to resist it, no one knew. But no matter what, he would be safe on this bewildering light island for more than 9 years. It would be almost absolutely safe unless an ultimate expert of the great sage realm made a move. Therefore, if the king of the mountains and seas wanted to harm him, he would be safe and sound. This kind of protection was not only to protect one's life. Any method that was used to deal with him, whether it was to kill, suppress, or trap him, would cause him to retaliate. This feeling became more and more obvious after Chunzong passed through the seventh realm. Please, laughing heartily, he transformed into a beam of light that seemed to contain the power of 3 mountains and 5 seas. Chunzong bowed respectfully to Zhao Mingkong, then transformed into a gust of wind and flew away. Everyone was very surprised to see him move so mysteriously. After Chunzong left, the others gradually dispersed as well. Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong was still in shock. Yang Kai hadn't expected that a Saint Realm Junior he had just happened to save would have such amazing ability. It was simply incredible. The Heaven Battering King also had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Earlier, he had said that Yang Kai could pass through the first 3 realms, and it would be good enough if he could pass through the 4th realm. However, that Yang Kai had passed through the 7th realm all of a sudden. He could not help but feel embarrassed, and he was even more shocked. The Blood Killer King left with a murderous aura. He was waiting for the time to come. 10 years. No, it was only 9 years. It was a very short period of time. For him and the others, it might be over in a secluded cultivation. This time, he would have to go into secluded cultivation and strive to cultivate that divine ability to the perfection stage. He would completely master it and increase its power greatly. The King of the Mountains and Seas was the strongest powerhouse on Bewildering Light Island. He might even be the strongest cultivator in the Bewildering Light Ocean. However, the cave residence he lived in was not the closest to the Bewildering Light Realm. Instead, it was the furthest. Logically speaking, the closer one was to the Bewildering Light Realm. The stronger and purer the heaven and earth's mysteries would be. However, the King of the Mountains and Seas did the opposite. Chunzong discovered that the King of the Mountains and Seas cave residence was located on a mountain, on the other side of which was the Bewildering Light Ocean. It was a mountain and a sea. There was also a spell formation set up in the middle of the cave, which constantly emitted multicolored light. In Chunzong's keen perception, the formation seemed to have evolved into the phenomenon of mountains and seas, explaining the mysteries of the mountains and seas. The Mountain and Sea Grand Spell Formation. It was a spell formation that the King of the Mountains and Seas had mastered. Once it was set up, it could gather the vital energy of heaven and earth and condense the secrets of the mountains and seas. Because of that, the vital energy of heaven and earth in the area was not at all inferior to that in the center of Bewildering Light Island. Furthermore, it was filled with the secrets of the mountains and seas, making it a perfect place for the King of the Mountains and Seas to cultivate. Please take a seat, young friend. Smiling, the King of the Mountains and Seas took a seat. Behind him, the image of the mountains and seas appeared, majestic and awe-inspiring. Chunzong sat across the table from the King of the Mountain and Sea. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he didn't seem afraid at all. It was as if he wasn't facing a powerful 7-star expert, but someone of the same generation. The King of the Mountains and Seas secretly nodded in approval. Even other half-step great saints, with the exception of the Thunderfire King and the Ancient Wind King, would not be able to remain so calm in front of him, let alone a Saint Realm expert. Sure enough, someone who could pass the 7th level in one go was extraordinary. He could be called a monster. Young friend, you can pass the 7th level of the Bewildering Light Realm on your first try. This old man is truly shocked. The King of the Mountains and Seas laughed, not concealing the surprise and admiration in his voice. If I may ask, young friend, how many flowers did you detonate in the king-naming pagoda? 9 colored. Chunzong answered without hesitation. The King of the Mountains and Seas' pupils constricted. 9 colored heavenly flowers. Having lived for nearly 10,000 years, King Mountain and Sea had a wealth of experience. Before entering the bewildering light sea, he was already a powerful expert with impressive battle prowess and vast knowledge. He knew exactly how difficult it was to detonate a 9-colored heavenly flower. Even though there were more geniuses in the highest profundity realm, where he came from, it was the same. Since ancient times, there had only been a dozen or so people who could detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. Who would have thought that the person in front of him would be one of them? No wonder he could pass through the 7th realm in one go. One had to know that it took him more than 20 tries to pass the 7th realm before he succeeded. Instantly, King Mountain Sea's heart began to burn. "I have high hopes for you, young friend," King Mountain Sea said with a smile. "You'll definitely pass the 8th level and leave the sea of bewildering light." "Senior, is it true that one can leave the bewildering light ocean after passing the 8th level?" Chunzong asked. After all, this was just a saying. "Really?" King Mountain Sea said with absolute certainty. "As far as I know, a powerful expert called King of Myriad Stars passed the 8th level 10,000 years ago and left the bewildering light island. He even took someone with him." "Took someone with him?" Chunzong was stunned when he heard this. "That's right. If you pass the 8th level, not only can you leave, but you can also take someone with you," King Mountain Sea said with certainty. Eyes shining brightly, he continued. "Young friend, I have a request that I hope you'll agree to." Yang Chi's eyes flickered with intense light. "Senior, please tell me," Chunzong said, vaguely guessing. "It seems that you have guessed it." "That's right. I hope you can take me with you if you can pass the 8th level one day," King Mountain Sea said with a deep voice. "I've been in the sea of bewildering light for more than 3,000 years. That's far too long. Considering how strong I am, I'm afraid that I won't be able to pass through the 8th level. I'll have to rely on my own power to leave this place. Young friend, you've given me hope, and I hope that you can help me." Chunzong didn't agree immediately. Instead, he thought about it. "Senior, you can only take one person with you?" Chunzong couldn't help but ask. 10,000 years ago, King of Myriad Stars could only take one person with him. "As for how many people he can take, I'm not sure," King Mountain Sea said. "Senior, Silver Knife King Zhao Mingkong saved my life and guided me. If I can only take one person with me, I'll choose him," Chunzong said again with a serious expression. Chunzong's principle was to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Zhao Mingkong had saved his life, so if he could really pass through the 8th realm and leave with someone, he should choose Zhao Mingkong first. Besides, there was also the Tiangong elder who taught him. However, he didn't know how far away the Tiangong elder was from the bewildering light island, so he couldn't find him. "Senior, Junior can promise that if I can pass the 8th level one day and leave with more than 2 people, there will be one for you," Chunzong said seriously and made a promise. The king of the mountains and seas was lost in thought. "All right, it's better than having no hope," King Mountain Sea finally said. He could see that Chunzong was a person who valued kindness. Since he said so, he wouldn't go back on his word. King Mountain Sea had been here for a long time and knew that he didn't have the ability to pass the 8th level. Therefore, he could only rely on others. Since he had said so, there was nothing else he could do. Leaving a glimmer of hope was better than having no hope at all. "This old master has nothing to give you, so I'll give this hidden dragon treasure pill to you." King Mountain Sea took out a palm-sized octagonal black jade box and handed it to Chunzong. "I obtained this hidden dragon treasure pill a long time ago. It is of great help to Saint Realm cultivators, but it is useless to me. I didn't expect little friend to be able to come here with just a Saint Realm cultivation. It seems fate has brought us together." "Many thanks, Senior." Chunzong didn't refuse. Although the assessment of the bewildering light realm was closely related to one's cultivation, after leaving the bewildering light sea, one's cultivation was also very important. Moreover, since Chunzong had promised to take the King Mountain Sea away if there were enough spots, the King Mountain Sea's gift of a treasure pill could be considered a reward. "If you don't mind, young friend," the Mountain and Sea King said, You can set up an Immortal's cave here and go into secluded meditation. With me around, no one will dare to do anything rash. Many thanks, Senior. Shinzong thought for a moment and agreed. Shinzong also wanted to pass the 8th level as soon as possible and leave this place. Therefore, he quickly opened a cave mansion and began cultivating in seclusion. As for King Mountain Sea, the hidden dragon treasure pill was indeed valuable, but it was useless in the bewildering light sea. Only outside the bewildering light sea would it show its amazing value. Since he wanted to seize the chance to leave this place, he had to pay a price. Chapter 1681. The commotion caused by Chunzong's breakthrough to the 7th stage of the bewildering light realm slowly died down as time passed. Meanwhile, Chunzong stayed in a cave not far away from the King of Mountains and Sea's cave, cultivating in seclusion with the help of the rich heaven and earth origin chi there. The hidden dragon pill was about the size of a thumb. It was light gold in color, and one could vaguely see the shadow of a golden dragon swimming in it. It was extremely mysterious. Take it. As soon as the hidden dragon pill entered his body, a majestic and pure energy was released. However, it was not a one-time eruption. Instead, it was released slowly, and the pill gradually shrank. Chunzong circulated the Genesis sword technique with all his might to quickly refine and absorb the energy of the pill to improve his cultivation base. It was more efficient to work together from the inside and outside. Originally, Chunzong felt that it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation base to the limit of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage within 9 years. However, after taking the hidden dragon pill, he was 100% confident. He needed to improve his cultivation base, as well as other aspects such as secret techniques and Dao insights. If possible, it would be best if he could raise his Dao insights to the extremity stage. Once one entered the extremity stage, their power would be incomparable to those close to the extremity stage. Basically, as long as a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse's combat strength reached the 4-star level, they would have mastered at least one extremity Dao insight and the corresponding extremity stage ultimate move. For a 7-star powerhouse, like the King of Mountains and Seas, he had more than one extremity Dao insight and more than one extremity stage ultimate move. While Chunzong was cultivating in seclusion, the King of Mountains and Seas was not idle either. He continued to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even for someone who had reached this level, it was extremely difficult to make further progress. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. If one worked hard to comprehend, even if one could not make any progress, one could still maintain the status quo. Everyone was working hard, especially after Chunzong passed the 7th stage. It was as if a powerful force had been injected into them, and their fighting spirit had been reignited. If a junior at the Saint Rudiment stage could do it, there was no reason why these seniors with stronger combat strength could not do it. Although everyone knew that the difficulty of passing the bewildering light realm was closely related to one's cultivation base, they were still motivated to fight. Cultivate. For a time, the entire bewildering light island actually set off a frenzy of cultivation. Inside the cave, Chunzong felt that his cultivation was slowly improving. He did not need to cultivate himself, so he could focus on other things. A hidden dragon treasure pill was a rare treasure that only appeared once in 1,000 years. When a Saint Realm master took one, their cultivation would slowly increase over time until the hidden dragon treasure pill's energy was exhausted. Chunzong estimated that his cultivation would reach the peak of the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage once the energy from the hidden dragon pill was depleted. Even if it wasn't the peak, it could still reach the peak. The Taichu sword origin technique circulated naturally as it continuously absorbed the energy of the hidden dragon elixir. Chunzong's mind, however, was immersed in the deity ocean. The deity sea was vast and boundless. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the middle of it. His body was surrounded by a boundless gray, murderous aura. It was like the waves of the sea, enveloping one side of the deity's sea. On the other side, there were 4 stone tablets. The stone tablets were gray in color, and they were covered in a hazy, chaotic fog. At first glance, they looked very small and unremarkable, but at second glance, they were incomparably tall, as if they were towering between heaven and earth. The worldly stone inscriptions. They were 4 of the 9 worldly stone inscriptions that Chunzong had chosen after breaking through the 7th level of the mystical light stage. They weren't the real stone tablets, but their projections. However, even if they were projections, they still contained all the mysteries of the stone inscriptions and could be comprehended at any time. After Chunzong chose the first stone inscription, the other 3 stone inscriptions seemed to have disappeared. The dark void was like chaos. There was no up, down, left, right, east, west, north, or south. Everything was unclear. Suddenly, an extremely sharp light shone. It was like the blade of a heavenly blade or the tip of a divine sword. It streaked across the sky and tore the darkness apart. The extremely sharp light seemed to be gold and silver at the same time. It seemed to be constantly changing. It was incomparably mysterious. The chaotic darkness was torn apart and opened up in an instant. Up, down, left, right, east, west, north, and south. At this moment, there seemed to be blurry traces that slowly became clear. It was as if heaven and earth were being opened up and formed in embryonic form. Comprehension. The mysteries contained within were so profound that Chunzong was completely immersed in it, forgetting everything in the outside world. The mysteries contained within the worldly stone inscriptions were the mysteries of heaven and earth. Of course, there were differences and emphasis. For example, the worldly stone inscription that Chunzong was comprehending now contained the mysteries of extreme sharpness within that sharp light that tore through the void and chaotic darkness. For those who practice the saber, such mysteries could be comprehended as the way of the saber. For those who practice the sword, it could be comprehended as the way of the sword. Sabers and swords were originally sharp weapons. They were very suitable. For Chunzong, it wasn't just comprehending the way of the sword. It was also related to the primordial sword origin technique. The power and mysteries contained within the primordial fragment that he had found in the Savage Baron's secret realm allowed him to successfully create the primordial sword origin technique on the basis of the Da Xian origin technique. There were many similarities between its mysteries and this stone inscription. This was the reason why Chunzong chose the first worldly stone inscription without hesitation. There was no doubt that he couldn't comprehend all 4 stone inscriptions at the same time. He could only choose one first. Chunzong also chose this one without hesitation. The extreme sharpness of the worldly stone inscription tore through everything. Chunzong usually paid great attention to building his foundation and accumulating his foundation. Therefore, his foundation was extremely solid and his foundation was astonishing. Even a powerhouse like the King of Mountains and Seas couldn't compare to Chunzong in terms of foundation and foundation. With such a profound foundation, Chunzong's grasp of the mysteries of heaven and earth deepened as he was able to directly comprehend a supreme treasure like the worldly stone inscription that contained intense mysteries of heaven and earth. This improvement was directly reflected in the primordial sword origin technique and the way of the sword. After an unknown amount of time, Chunzong temporarily woke up from his comprehension. When he opened his eyes, a divine light shot out like a sword and directly penetrated the cave dwelling's wall, leaving behind 2 straight sword holes that were several meters deep. It was as if sword chi had directly penetrated the cave dwelling. It was extremely shocking. The terrifying sword chi circled around as if it could cut and tear everything to shreds. A tyrannical power fluctuated within his body, causing Chunzong to secretly rejoice. Early 9th Heaven Saint Realm. Before he went into seclusion, his cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Now that he was at the early 9th Heaven Saint Realm, the improvement was huge. Taking out a small treasure to observe the time, Chunzong discovered that he had been in seclusion for a year. In just a year, he had risen from the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint realm to the early 9th Heaven Saint realm. This speed was shocking. It also showed how precious the hidden dragon pill was. If it was sold in the outside world, it would sell for an unimaginable price. Even the great forces of the world would fight over it. This time, he had temporarily come out of seclusion to rest. Soon, Chunzong continued his seclusion. This time, Chunzong decided to completely create and master the 31st level of the primordial sword origin technique. Another year went by, and Chunzong did not come out of seclusion. Another half a year went by. Chunzong opened his eyes. The divine light in his eyes was intense and sharp to the extreme. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Every aura was like an invisible sword cutting through the void. The surrounding void was torn apart, and countless sword marks appeared on the ground and cave walls. Every mark was straight and long, emitting a shocking sharpness. Powerful. The surging power in his body became even more powerful. It was like a divine sword that had been sharpened, invincible. Late 9th Heaven Saint Realm Cultivation Base. The 31st level of the primordial sword origin technique. Powerful. At this moment, Chunzong felt that the power in his body was shocking. When a cultivation technique reached the 30th level, it would be classified as a top-grade saint grade. However, once it broke through to the 31st level, it would break through the boundary of top-grade saint grade and enter the ranks of top grade. The gap between top grade and top grade was even greater than the gap between top grade and top grade. It was on two completely different levels. In short, only the more powerful half-step great saint realm powerhouses could break through the boundary of top grade saint grade. Ordinary half-step great saint realm powerhouses might not be able to do so. In terms of cultivation base, half-step great saint realm powerhouses were not much stronger than the limit of the 9th Heaven Saint realm. It was just that their power was pure. However, if a cultivation technique broke through the limit and advanced to a higher level, everything would be different. Powerful. Chunzong could clearly feel that the power of the saint energy in his body had at least doubled. When he was at the 30th level of the primordial sword origin technique and the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint realm, he could unleash a 1-star half-step great saint realm attack by detonating the Lingwu energy and the blood thunder explosion secret technique. Then, now that he was at the 31st level of the primordial sword origin technique and the late 9th Heaven Saint realm cultivation base, if he detonated the Lingwu energy and the blood thunder explosion secret technique, what level would the power of heaven and earth reach? For a moment, Chunzong felt restless. He wanted to find an opponent to fight with all his strength. Enter the bewildering light realm? The difficulty of the bewildering light realm increased as one's cultivation increased. Since his cultivation had increased, the difficulty of the bewildering light realm would increase as well. Other than the increase in his cultivation, he had also increased the realm of the Tai Chu sword energy technique. His sword principle had also improved significantly. His overall strength had become stronger. Then, he would enter the bewildering light realm again. Without hesitation, Chunzong came out of his closed-door cultivation. After informing the king of mountain and sea, he immediately rushed to the bewildering light realm. He stepped into the bewildering light realm. Challenger Chunzong, you've passed the 7th level. You can freely choose which level to start your challenge from. The voice of the bewildering light realm sounded again. The 7th level. Chunzong replied directly. His goal was to test his current strength and use it to train himself. The 7th level Black Demon God was undoubtedly very suitable. It was still the same huge and spacious palace. The figure of the Black Demon God appeared. He stood up and walked over. The Black Demon God's body was still the same as before, but the aura emanating from his body was more powerful. Chunzong was certain that he had reached the 1-star half-step Great Saint realm. In the previous battle, Chunzong knew that this was not the Black Demon God's strongest state, nor was it his strongest strength. Then let's fight. Fight! Chapter 1682. First update. The Dark Palace was vast and boundless. Two figures constantly clashed. Fight. Fierce fight. The fierce fight was endless. With the improvement of his cultivation base and the improvement of his sword principle, the power of Chunzong's sword was far beyond the limit of the Saint Rudiment stage, even if he did not use the power of Lingwu and the power of Blood Thunder Explosion. He had truly stepped into the level of a one-star half-step Great Saint. Since ancient times, there were very few examples of Saint Rudiment stage experts who could contend with a half-step Great Saint. The Emperor of Lingwu was one of them. When the Emperor of Lingwu's cultivation base reached the limit of the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, he had fought with 1-star and even 2-star half-step Great Saints, but was not a match for a 3-star half-step Great Saint. Chunzong was more outstanding than the Emperor of Lingwu when he was young, and improved as he cultivated. The Black Demon God was extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he had the combat strength of a 1-star, and was one of the stronger ones. If the combat strength of each star was divided into 2 levels, it could be divided into 2 levels, ordinary and elite. Then, Chunzong's current strength was equivalent to an ordinary 1-star, while the Black Demon God was an elite 1-star. Even so, Chunzong was only at a slight disadvantage. He relied on his superb sword principle to contend with the Black Demon God, persevering tenaciously. There was no doubt that the Black Demon God was an excellent opponent. Even if he was defeated and killed here, he would not really die, but it was no different from a battle of life and death. Only after experiencing life and death could one see the Tao. Over the past 2.5 years, he had comprehended the mysteries of the worldly stone inscriptions, and his sword principle had improved a little. Every sword move he performed seemed ordinary, but it contained amazing mysteries. It was a return to simplicity. Every sword move contained layers of force, combining hardness and gentleness, and the intersection of yin and yang. It was like a dragon or a snake dancing. It could deflect the opponent's attack while counterattacking with force. It was extremely brilliant. Combat strength was the standard to evaluate one's strength. Generally, it was more inclined to use offense and defense as the main reference, before integrating other aspects. The Black Demon God's attack and defense were both extremely powerful. Hence, he was considered an elite 1-star level. As for Chunzong's Qi refinement stage strength, his attack and defense were slightly inferior. Hence, he could only be considered an ordinary 1-star level. However, strength was a combination of all aspects. It was impossible for Chunzong, who was just an ordinary 1-star warrior, to defeat an elite 1-star warrior. However, it was not impossible for him to defend himself. Under the pressure of the Black Demon God's attacks, what he had comprehended in 2.5 years of seclusion was constantly being converted and truly absorbed. The Black Demon God seemed to be enraged by the fact that he could not defeat his opponent after such a long battle. With a loud roar, his body suddenly expanded by 0.5 meter, and his bulging muscles became even more pronounced. The power contained within them became even more terrifying. Black demonic flames burned endlessly, and an aura of destruction rippled out. The Black Demon God's aura soared, instantly multiplying and becoming even more tyrannical. Boom! He threw out a punch, which was like a dark demonic fire meteorite, with an irresistible force. Chunzong's expression suddenly changed. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the Lingwu and displayed the yin and yang sword realm. There was a clear distinction between black and white. His late 9th heaven saint realm cultivation base instantly soared, reaching the limit of the saint realm. However, his strength surpassed the limit and reached an even higher level. This punch was extremely terrifying. As it came crashing down, the void trembled incessantly. Countless water ripples were formed in the darkness as it charged forward, shattering everything in its path. It directly bombarded the yin and yang sword realm. The black sword realm trembled slightly and immediately resisted the terrifying punch. It constantly dissolved the power of the punch and was unable to harm Chunzong. If the yin and yang sword realm had not unleashed the power of the Lingwu, it would have been difficult for it to block this punch. However, with the power of the Lingwu, Chunzong's basic strength had directly surpassed the level of the Saint realm. Coupled with his ultimate move, the yin and yang sword realm, his defensive power was extremely shocking. The strength of the Black Demon God in his berserk state had reached the level of an elite 2-star warrior. However, the yin and yang sword realm could resist it, which was enough to show how amazing the defensive power of this move was. Boom, boom, boom. The same scene as before was playing out. The berserk Black Demon God's fists continuously blasted out, crazily bombarding the yin and yang sword realm. Even an ancient mountain would be smashed into powder, but the yin and yang sword realm did not budge at all. It operated freely and showed no signs of collapsing. Chunzong was also waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. The Black Demon God's attack was extremely violent, but it could not be sustained. The slight pause was the opportunity for Chunzong to counterattack. Heaven and earth aligned. Even the power of the blood thunder explosion was integrated into it. The surroundings became increasingly dim, but the sword was extremely dark and deep. It was suffused with traces of blood-red light that was somewhat dazzling. It tore through the void and slashed a deep sword mark on the Black Demon God's body. Burst! Second sword. Third sword. Fourth sword. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Chunzong immediately unleashed his full strength. This scene was similar to the previous one, but Chunzong's swordsmanship was more exquisite. The burden brought by such an explosion was not as strong as the previous one. Slash! Even though the Black Demon God was constantly resisting, he was still cut in two by Chunzong's sword. Both sides turned into dark meteors and rushed forward, as if they wanted to injure Chunzong like the previous time. Fifth sword. This sword was slashed out horizontally. The sword light, that was as thin as a strand of hair, shot out in an instant. It seemed to have split the void and also cut apart the two dark meteors that were charging towards him. 4 dark meteors scattered and bombarded Chunzong. The extremely tyrannical force caused Chunzong's body to sway, as if swaying in a gale. He retreated repeatedly. There was an extremely shocking sound behind him. It was the sound of the dark meteors hitting the wall. The terrifying force spread out along with bursts of blazing demonic fire. Although he was in a sorry state and had been scratched, there was a big difference compared to the last time when he was on the verge of death. This was enough to show that he was indeed much more outstanding than before. After thinking for a while, Chunzong also knew that with such strength, it was not enough to challenge the Extinction Dragon realm. Even so, Chunzong wanted to try again. The fire of the Crimson Dragon gushed out like the sea pouring down. Chunzong was incomparably small in front of it. Even so, Chunzong burst out with all his strength, activating the Heart Sword Dao will to the extreme and integrating all his Sword Dao comprehension in the past 2.5 years. Heaven and Earth line. Slash. The power of this sword was extremely tyrannical, but in front of the fire of the Crimson Dragon, it seemed weak. Even so, he did not hesitate to attack, like a moth flying into a flame, like the final song of a thornbird. Even if he died, he would not regret it. The sword light collapsed. Under the fire of the Crimson Dragon, Chunzong died in less than 5 breaths. After leaving the bewildering light realm, Chunzong went into seclusion to cultivate again. This time, he went into seclusion to study the first worldly stone inscription. The mysteries contained in it were extremely profound and could not be comprehended in a mere 2.5 years. The more he comprehended, the more Chunzong felt that it was amazing. The level of the mysteries contained in the worldly stone inscription was definitely not at the Saint realm, nor was it at the half-step Great Saint realm. It was definitely at the level of the Great Saint realm. In the battle with the Black Demon God, and then against the fire of the Crimson Dragon, Chunzong felt that his comprehension of the Heart Sword Dao will have become more profound. This time, his goal was to reach the extremity, to truly raise the Heart Sword Dao will to the extremity. Strictly speaking, the extremity belonged to the level of the half-step Great Saint Realm. It was even a level that only powerful half-step Great Saint Realm experts could master. Most of the ordinary 1-star and 2-star experts could not master it, and only a few could. It was not easy for Chunzong to master the power of the extremity of the Tao will at the Saint Realm, but it was possible. Everything was possible. This time, he went into seclusion for another half a year. The Mountain Sea King had just finished his meditation and was sitting outside the cave dwelling, leisurely sipping tea. The tea was picked from a tea tree he planted outside the cave dwelling and made by himself. Suddenly, an extremely tyrannical and sharp aura spread out from the cave dwelling where Chunzong was in seclusion. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also had an astonishing power that oppressed one's soul and attacked one's mind. It made one feel that it was impossible to dodge or even resist. It was as if one's mind would shatter if one was hit. The Mountain Sea King was an elite 7-star expert, but he also felt this way when facing this aura. He could not help but feel shocked. This was clearly the aura of the Tao Will. Moreover, it was the aura of the extremity of the Tao Will. Such a Tao insight was extremely brilliant, and it belonged to the top amongst top-grade Tao insights. In an instant, the Mountain Sea King's eyes shone with an extremely intense light. He was even more shocked. Chunzong was only at the Saint Realm, but he had comprehended the Tao Will to the extremity. How shocking was that? However, when he thought about how Chunzong had broken through the 7th level of the mystical light stage on his first try and ignited the 9-colored heavenly flower, it did not seem like a big deal. After all, according to what he knew, the past generations of monstrous geniuses could deduce and comprehend the Tao Will to the extremity when they were at the Saint Realm. Of course, it was only one kind. This was already very shocking. In half a year, not only did Chunzong comprehend the Heart Sword Tao Will to the extremity, but his Qi refinement stage cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm under the majestic energy of the Hidden Dragon Supreme Pill. Unfortunately, the energy of the Hidden Dragon Supreme Pill had been exhausted. In other words, if Chunzong wanted to reach the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm, he could only rely on his own cultivation. It would be a very time-consuming process. However, Chunzong did not care much about it. Before reaching the extremity, it was only the accumulation of energy, not the advancement of one's cultivation base. What really excited Chunzong was the extremity of the Tao Will. The Heart Sword Tao Will had reached the extremity. The feeling of reaching the extremity of the Tao Will was very strange. It was as though the void had solidified and condensed into a force that was 100 times finer than a strand of hair. The fluctuation that it emitted was no longer the same as the Tao Will. It seemed to be sublimating and transforming to a higher level. Once the transformation was complete, one would immediately reach a higher level and reach a higher level, reaching a higher level of profundity. However, it was very difficult. It seemed like the level after the transformation was complete was the level of an eminent Saint Realm powerhouse. Chapter 1683. Inside the Mountain Sea Cave abode, an extremely sharp sword Qi swept out in all directions, piercing through heaven and earth and tearing everything apart. The sharpness of the sword Qi was invincible, piercing straight into one's heart and soul. While the Mountain Sea King was shocked, his heart was filled with excitement. Mastering the ultimate Tao insight at the Saint Rudiment stage meant that he had a high chance of breaking through to the 8th realm. The 8th realm. Once the other party broke through to the 8th realm, the Mountain Sea King would have a chance to leave with him. Even if it was just a glimmer of hope, it was better than having no hope at all. It had been thousands of years. A fine sword mark silently appeared on the boulder, blocking the cave abode. Then, countless fine sword marks appeared on the boulder, as if it had been dismembered. In just an instant, the boulder was reduced to a pile of fingernail-sized gravel as a figure stepped out. In the eyes of the Mountain Sea King, the figure was blurry and filled with endless sword Qi. Every sword chi seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and pierce through everything in the world. This was because the other party's sword intent had just reached the pinnacle, and he was unable to completely restrain his might. Thus, it was a phenomenon that was formed from the natural release of his might. In the eyes of some weaker people, what they saw was not a figure, but the edge of a sword. The Mountain Sea King remembered that when he had mastered the ultimate Tao insight, he had gone into seclusion for several years before he could completely restrain the power of the ultimate Tao insight. However, the other party was a peerless monster, so he did not think that it would take much time. A few months should be enough. As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the blurry figure filled with sword chi suddenly became clear, and the sword chi that was everywhere quickly disappeared. In just 10 breaths of time, everything returned to normal. The shocking sword chi that had permeated heaven and earth had completely disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. King Mountain Sea's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide. He was so shocked that he couldn't even think straight. 10 breaths. In just 10 breaths of time, the other party had mastered the ultimate Tao insight and retracted the power of the ultimate Tao insight. How is this possible? Could it be that the other party had already mastered the ultimate Tao insight for some time? No, the shocking fluctuation just now was clearly the fluctuation of someone who had just mastered the ultimate Tao insight. In other words, in just 10 breaths of time, the other party had completely mastered the ultimate Tao insight. Unbelievable. It was truly unbelievable. When news of this spread out, it wasn't that it caused a great commotion, but that no one would believe it. Even if it was the holy sons of some great powers, with the assistance of the various treasures of the great powers, they would at least require 1 or 2 months of time before they were able to completely grasp the extreme Tao insight. 10 breaths. It had only been a few breaths of time. Horrifying. Shocking. To King Mountain Sea, Chunzong had shocked him more than he had in the past thousands of years. Take a deep breath. Even though it didn't matter if he breathed or not with his cultivation, it was a habit, an innate habit. He had been like this since he was young. Once he took a deep breath, he could quickly calm down. Was this the ability of a peerless monster? Of course, what King Mountain and Sea didn't know was that the reason Chunzong had been able to master his paramount sword intent so quickly was because of the Tao of the heart sword. This sword intent originated from the heart and was closely related to one's mind and will. The stronger one's mind and will, the easier it would be to control it, and the more powerful it would be. On the other hand, the stronger the sword intent, the more it would temper one's mind and will. The 6th level of the bewildering light realm, the 3rd platform, allowed Chunzong's mind and will to break through its original limits and reach a higher level, making it easier for him to control the power of Tao insight. After fully grasping the extreme sword intent, Chunzong could feel how powerful it was. It was as if, as long as it was activated, he could split mountains and seas with a single strike. Young friend, are you going to challenge the bewildering light realm? King Mountain and Sea asked with a smile. Yes. Chunzong nodded. Let's go together, King Mountain and Sea said. He was very curious to see if Chunzong could pass the 8th level. Chunzong didn't mind if King Mountain and Sea went together. The two of them rode on a streak of light and quickly headed toward the bewildering light realm. Someone was about to enter the bewildering light realm. When he saw King Mountain and Sea and Chunzong, he quickly stepped aside and let Chunzong go first. Chunzong didn't stand on ceremony. This time, the challenge would start from the 6th level. He would first temper his mind and will. Chunzong could already feel the benefits. Below the 3rd platform, Chunzong was restrained and subjected to the saber punishment, lightning punishment, and fire punishment. Although it was still very painful, it was much better than the previous time. Because of this, the tempering effect wasn't very good. It was close to nothing. Chunzong knew that this was because his heart sword Tao insight had broken through to the extreme realm, which had strengthened his mind and will again. The 6th level was useless to him now. If he wanted to challenge it in the future, he could start from the 7th level. The 7th level Black Demon Gods aura had become much stronger because his cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth heaven saint realm. However, his strength was still at the 1-star elite level. He hadn't reached the 2-star level. In Chunzong's eyes, the powerful black demon god didn't seem that strong. He slashed out with his sword. It was a very ordinary slash, but it contained the power of the extreme realm heart sword Dao insight. The slash was silent, and even its trajectory was difficult to predict. Moreover, it was extremely fast and arrived in an instant. The moment the sword light struck the black demon god's body, it erupted with an extremely shocking sharpness. It instantly split open the black demon god's defenses and left a clear, meter-long sword wound on his chest. Blood seeped out. The 31st level of the Genesis Sword Origin Technique had the power to split heaven and earth. It could ignore all defenses, and the astonishing sharpness of the extreme realm sword intent was even more terrifying. Although the black demon god's defenses were strong and his physique was astonishing, he couldn't completely withstand it. Although it didn't affect him much, he had been injured by his opponent's slash before he even made a move. It angered the black demon god, and Chunzong's goal was to enrage the black demon god. The enraged black demon god went berserk. His muscles bulged, and his strength grew even stronger. He soared from the 1-star elite level to the 2-star elite level. He was astonishingly powerful and suppressed his surroundings. Boom! With all his strength, the black demon god blasted out a punch that was like a dark meteor. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was turning upside down. Before this punch, Chunzong's expression would turn grave, and he would have to use the dual-form sword realm at full strength to deal with it. But this time, Chunzong didn't intend to explode with the power of the Lingwu, nor did he use the power of the Blood Thunder explosion. He only used the Genesis Sword Origin Technique and the Extreme Realm Sword Intent. Dual-form sword realm, black and white mixed elements, boundless mysteries. The extremely violent punch blasted out with extremely destructive demonic fire and directly struck the dual forms sword realm. It shook slightly, but the dual form sword realm did not budge at all. It operated on its own and completely withstood the tyrannical power of the punch. In the past, Chunzong had to explode with the power of the Lingwu to achieve this. But now, the Extreme Realm Sword Intent was also able to achieve this. The gap between the Extreme Realm and the Extreme Realm was just that obvious. Boom, boom, boom. The Black Demon God's violent attacks continued, but Chunzong's dual-form sword realm completely withstood them. When the Black Demon God's attacks paused for a moment, Chunzong counterattacked. A line of heaven and earth. Similarly, he did not explode with the power of the Lingwu or the power of the Blood Thunder explosion. He only used the Genesis Sword Origin Technique and the Extreme Realm Sword Intent. The moment the sword struck out, Chunzong suddenly felt extremely carefree, as if this was the power that a line of heaven and earth should have. A line between heaven and earth, an extreme line, an invincible line. Slash! The arm that the Black Demon God used to block was instantly chopped off. The sword had even pierced through the Black Demon God's chest, leaving behind a sword wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. The astonishing sword Qi continued to wreak havoc. Slash! The second sword, Extreme Control. The sword slashed through the sword wound on the Black Demon God's chest and came out from his back. The second sword immediately split open the Black Demon God's upper body. Although it did not directly chop his body in half like before, its power was still extremely astonishing. The third sword, Slash. With this sword, the Black Demon God's body was completely split open. It took one less sword than the previous 2 times. The Black Demon God did not even have time to counterattack and fell to the ground in 2. After killing the Black Demon God with 3 sword moves, Chunzong stood where he was and came to a sudden realization. The line of heaven and earth under the Extreme Realm Sword Intent had become the ultimate move of the Extreme Realm. Its power had been released to the greatest extent. In other words, this was the true power of the line of heaven and earth. Previously, The Heart Sword Tao, while that was close to the extreme realm, had limited the power of the line of heaven and earth and could not be fully unleashed. The difference between unleashing the full power of a move and not unleashing it was very obvious. At this moment, even if he did not explode with the power of the Lingwu or the Blood Thunder explosion, the power of the line of heaven and earth was extremely tyrannical because his sword intent had reached the extreme realm and the full power of the sword move had been unleashed. It had reached the peak of the elite 2-star level. If there was another breakthrough, it would reach the 3-star level. Qinzong was confident that once he unleashed the power of the Lingwu and the Blood Thunder explosion, he could definitely reach the 3-star level. The 8th realm, here I come. Qinzong's eyes shone with a strong light. This time, let me see the power of the 8th realm's Crimson Dragon. In the 8th realm, in a lava-like world, an incomparably huge volcano constantly spewed out blazing lava and a blazing aura spread in all directions. Immediately, as a powerful magma soared into the sky, a huge 100-meter-long dragon head appeared. Its eyes swept across and stared at Qinzong, exerting great pressure on him. Roar! An extremely vigorous roar suddenly rang out. The earth-shattering roar shattered the heavens, and a ball of blazing flames suddenly spewed out of the dragon's mouth like a torrent. Qinzong had died under the fire of the Crimson Dragon the previous 2 times. What about this time? Qinzong's eyes were extremely bright. When he swung his sword, it was not the line of heaven and earth, but the yin and yang sword realm. It was the yin and yang sword realm that erupted with the power of the Lingwu and the Blood Thunder explosion. Boom! The Crimson Dragon arrived in an instant and hit the yin and yang sword realm of the yin and yang sword realm. In the blink of an eye, the majestic and mighty flames engulfed the yin and yang sword realm. Qinzong's body disappeared. The raging and blazing Crimson Dragon lasted for about 3 breaths before it stopped. Qinzong was still standing in the same place and had not been killed. He looked a little embarrassed, but his eyes were extremely bright. He blocked it. Chapter 1684. In a lava valley, the volcano was thousands of feet tall. Rolling magma filled the air with amazing heat and light, gushing out continuously. The sound of a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A huge dragon head rushed up from the crater of the volcano, accompanied by endless rolling magma. Flame, crimson, the sky and the earth were dyed red, and an amazing pressure spread in all directions. A huge figure soared into the sky from the volcano, roaming the vault of heaven. Crimson Dragon. It was a crimson dragon with a body length of 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Its huge body meandered in the void, releasing an earth-shattering pressure that was extremely terrifying. Looking at the huge figure, Qinzong couldn't help but gasp. Kuwait-sized fire of the Crimson Dragon was extremely powerful and had reached the level of an elite 3-star fighter. It broke the defense of the yin and yang sword realm, and made Qinzong realize the flaw of the yin and yang sword realm. The yin and yang sword realm was based on yin and yang, but his comprehension of the way of yin and yang was still shallow. Therefore, he had not unleashed the true power of the yin and yang sword realm, which was why it was broken and injured. However, compared to the previous 2 times, it was obviously much better. At least he was still alive and had the strength to fight. Roar! The huge Crimson Dragon's body meandered in the sky. Its head stretched down and suddenly roared at Qinzong. The roar was earth-shattering, as if it was going to shatter the sky. An extremely terrifying sound wave suddenly rushed over, making Qinzong feel like he was going to be shattered by the roar. The 31st level of the primordial sword energy technique was activated to the extreme. With a wave of his sword light flashed continuously, and only then did he cancel out the sound wave. After that, the Crimson Dragon's enormous tail suddenly swung out in the sky, and it smashed towards Qinzong as if it could destroy a mountain. It swept out with blazing violent winds that roared as if it was all-powerful, and it caused Chunzong's body to flicker without end like the flames of a dying candle. Facing this attack, Chunzong's expression changed greatly. It was too powerful, too powerful. Moreover, an amazing pressure pressed down on him, making him feel as if his whole body was being restrained. Yin and Yang Sword Realm. In the face of danger, Chunzong once again used this defensive unique skill. Black and white mixed elements circled endlessly. Boom! The black and white colors paused for a moment. Then, they began to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear as if something had gone wrong. It was as if a 1,000-mile dike had collapsed because of an ant's nest. Shatter! Chunzong was swept away and sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. Fortunately, the Yin and Yang Sword Realm had also blocked most of the power of the dragon tail. Otherwise, if the power of this blow had completely fallen on his body, he would have exploded directly, leaving nothing behind. Roar! The Crimson Dragon roared again, not giving Chunzong the slightest chance. A blazing flame poured down again. Boom! Chunzong, who was coughing up blood, was unable to resist at all. He could only be engulfed and burned to death by the fire of the Crimson Dragon. King Mountain Sea hovered in midair outside of the altar, his eyes glittering, his heart filled with both anticipation and nervousness. This time, could Chunzong pass the 8th level? Immediately, the door opened, and Chunzong walked out. The hope in King Mountain Sea's eyes was extinguished. No light exploded, indicating that Chunzong had not passed the 8th level. However, King Mountain Sea had passed the 8th level several times. He knew deeply how powerful the Crimson Dragon in the 8th level was. It was not strange that Chunzong could not pass the 8th level now. However, there was always a chance. Chunzong did not say anything. His mind was full of the power of the Crimson Dragon just now. There was an obvious difference in strength between the Crimson Dragon that only showed its head and its whole body. The latter was more powerful. It would not be easy for him to defeat it now. How did the King of Myriad Stars do it 10,000 years ago? Chunzong could not help but be curious. Chunzong did not know that the King of Myriad Stars from 10,000 years ago relied on his extraordinary talent and great perseverance. He spent thousands of years constantly comprehending the mystery of the worldly stone inscriptions and risked his life to fight the fog demon sea beasts to temper himself. In the end, he barely defeated the Crimson Dragon and passed the Extreme Dragon Realm. After returning to the cave residence, Chunzong said goodbye to King Mountain Sea and entered the temporary cave residence again to cultivate in seclusion. This time, what Chunzong wanted to comprehend was not the first worldly stone inscription, but the one that contained the mystery of Yin and Yang. Black and white were clearly separated and merged perfectly. The black was Yin, and the white was Yang. It contained the mystery of Yin and Yang. Speaking of which, the Tao of Yin and Yang could also achieve Tao meaning. Chunzong's idea was that if he could comprehend the Tao meaning of Yin and Yang and reach the extreme realm, and then use it to activate the Yin and Yang Sword Realm, he might be able to fully exert the power of the Yin and Yang Sword Realm. It was like using the Extreme Realm Sword Realm to activate the line of heaven and earth. In this way, the line of heaven and earth and the Yin and Yang Sword Realm belong to different sword techniques. With the intention to comprehend, coupled with the mystery of Yin and Yang contained in the last 8 diagrams of the 24 dragon snake diagrams, Chunzong comprehended the Tao meaning of Yin and Yang in just 3 days. As soon as it appeared, the Tao meaning of Yin and Yang reached an astonishing peak level. Most cultivators who comprehended Tao meaning would start from a low-level Tao meaning and then slowly comprehend it to a mid-level, high-level, or even a peak-level Tao meaning. Of course, there were very few people who could transform their Tao meaning from a low-level to a peak-level Tao meaning. Every one of them was either extremely talented, had extraordinary opportunities, or had great determination and perseverance. A small number of cultivators could directly reach the mid-level when they comprehended Tao meaning, and very few could directly reach the high level when they comprehended it. However, it was extremely rare or even non-existent to comprehend a peak-level Tao meaning as soon as they comprehended it. The Tao of yin and yang itself was very unfathomable. The opportunities that Chunzong had obtained were extremely shocking, and his comprehension ability was extremely high. Under the combination of all these conditions, he had created an extremely profound Tao meaning. Peak level Tao meaning of yin and yang. Even though it was only the first revolution, it was extremely shocking. Comprehension. Ceaseless comprehension. Only now did Chunzong know that the 24 dragon snake diagrams had established an extremely solid foundation for him. Comprehending the peak level Tao meaning of yin and yang in 3 days was the first revolution. Another 5 days passed, and the Tao meaning of yin and yang advanced to the second revolution. 10 days later, the Tao meaning of yin and yang advanced to the third revolution. The third revolution to the fourth revolution was a comparatively great improvement, and the time it took was slightly longer, but it was only a month. Fourth revolution. Fifth revolution. Sixth revolution. Comprehending the profundities of yin and yang within the stone inscriptions was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and it was as if he didn't have any bottlenecks. Seventh revolution. Eighth revolution. Ninth revolution. After a period of 1.5 years, Chunzong had comprehended the Tao meaning of yin and yang to the ninth revolution. Above the ninth revolution was the extreme level. But currently, his foundation in the Tao of yin and yang was only sufficient for him to swiftly advance to the ninth revolution. As for the extreme level, he didn't know how long it would take. Presently, the various Tao meanings that he'd grasped had reached 5 types. Peak Tao meanings, Heart Sword Tao meaning, Yin-Yang Tao meaning, Advanced Tao meanings, Heavenly Thunder Tao meaning, Heavenly Fire Tao meaning, Heavenly Wind Tao meaning. Such Tao meanings were considered very shocking. Among them, the Heart Sword Tao meaning had reached the extreme level, and the other 4 Tao meanings were all at the ninth revolution. It wasn't that easy to advance from the ninth revolution to the extreme level. Even if one had many fortuitous encounters and superb comprehension, it wasn't something that could be done just because one wanted to. For the Heart Sword Tao, meaning to reach the extreme level, other than fortuitous encounters and comprehension, Chunzong had also put in a lot of effort and energy. It wasn't easy for the other Tao meanings to reach the extreme level, especially the higher the grade of the Tao meaning, the more difficult it was. Therefore, Chunzong didn't know when the Tao meaning of yin and yang would reach the extreme level. He tried to use the yin-yang Tao meaning to activate the yin-yang sword realm to replace the Heart Sword Tao meaning. Instantly, Chunzong felt a change in the yin-yang sword realm. He felt that it seemed to have lost some of the sharpness that belonged to a sword, but it was more smooth and natural. This change made Chunzong feel very comfortable when he attacked. It was as if it was supposed to be like this. Chunzong knew that he was right. As expected, using the yin-yang Tao meaning to execute the yin-yang sword realm was the most correct. Although it was a sword technique's ultimate move, the yin-yang Tao meaning was more suitable than the Heart Sword Tao meaning. He felt that the yin-yang sword realm that was activated by the 9 revolutions yin-yang Tao meaning might still be inferior to the yin-yang sword realm that was activated by the extreme level sword intent in terms of direct defensive power, but there were no flaws and became truly smooth. This meant that it could continue to be improved. One day, if the yin-yang Tao meaning also reached the extreme level, then the might of the yin-yang sword realm would surpass the level activated by the extreme level sword intent. Presumably, with that kind of might, it would be able to truly resist the burning of the Crimson Dragon's flames. Chunzong couldn't help but yearn for it. 5 years. It had already been 5 years since he stepped into Bewildering Light Island. His strength had an extremely obvious improvement and was even more powerful. During these 5 years, his Azura clone had always been cultivating and had also made great progress. Not only had his cultivation reached the limit of the 9th level Saint Realm, But his blazing Azura technique had also improved and created the 32nd level. His strength had become even more powerful. Putting aside my clone, my main body's chi refinement cultivation has surpassed my body refinement cultivation. I should also improve my body refinement cultivation to be on par with chi refinement cultivation. Only in this way will the condensed Lingwu energy be even stronger, Chunzong thought to himself. After cultivating in seclusion for a year and a half, Chunzong didn't immediately comprehend other things. Instead, he came out of seclusion first. Although the improvement of Dao meaning was very important, his cultivation couldn't fall behind. His future wasn't limited to Bewildering Light Island. Although the Bewildering Light realm was very good, the fog source is to assist in comprehending the profundities of heaven and earth, while the beast source is to assist in body refinement. Chunzong suddenly thought, if I can obtain the fog source, can I use it to assist in comprehending the worldly stone inscriptions? If I obtain the beast source, can I use it to temper my body? If it was possible, it would undoubtedly save him more time and increase his efficiency. Chunzong had never thought about this before, because he was not strong enough. After all, the fog source came from a fog demon, and the strength of a lower-level fog demon was at least 3-star or even 4-star. Now, the strength of both himself and his doppelganger had clearly increased. If they worked together, Chunzong was confident that he could fight and even kill the 3-star fog demon. Even if he encountered a 4-star fog demon, he was confident that he could survive. In the Bewildering Light Ocean, the Bewildering Light realm on the Bewildering Light Island was undoubtedly a great opportunity, but the Fog Devil and so on were actually also a type of opportunity. But a fortuitous encounter like the Misty Devil Sea Beast was different from the Confusion realm. It was dangerous, and the slightest bit of carelessness would cause one to die. Thus, under most circumstances, there were very few people that would intentionally hunt the Misty Devil Sea Beasts. Chunzong's idea was bold. Of course, it would be best to inform the king of the mountain and sea about this. What? The mountain sea king was startled when he heard this. His expression turned grave as he said, "Young friend, I cannot interfere with your decision. However, I suggest that you do not go out to hunt the Fog Devil for now. If you need the Fog Source and Beast Source, I have some stock that I can give to you." Chapter 1685. In the end, Chunzong accepted the goodwill of the Mountain and Sea King. After all, he had already accepted the hidden dragon pill from the king of the mountain and sea. Therefore, accepting the mountain and sea king's mist essence and beast essences wasn't a big deal at all. Chunzong would never forget such kindness. In the future, when he passed the 8th level, he would see if he could take more people with him. The Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, had saved his life. The mountain and sea king had given him treasures, and the Tiangong Elder had given him his legacy. If he could repay them, he would. Even if he couldn't, he would do his best to create opportunities. However, the Mountain and Sea King did not have many fog and beast origins. After all, the Mountain and Sea King had passed the 7th level and had the right to challenge the Bewildering Light realm at any time. The fog and beast origins were several times larger than the fog crystals. The fog was pure gray and seemed to be filled with endless fog. The beast origins were red and seemed to be filled with blood chi, one for enlightenment and the other for body refinement. There were more fog sources, 5 of them. 4 of them were low-grade fog sources, 1 was mid-grade fog sources, and there were only 2 beast sources, both of which were low-grade. The Mountain and Sea King's battle prowess was 7 stars, so low-grade and mid-grade fog sources were useless to him unless they were high-grade. As for the beast origins, the Mountain and Sea King had used them before, and his blood chi was shockingly strong. However, he did not have a good body refinement technique, so low-grade beast origins were useless to him unless they were mid-grade. Chunzong used low-grade beast origins to refine his body. The method was to draw out the blood chi from the beast origins, merge it with his body, and refine it. Without a body refinement technique, it would take a long time. However, the better the technique, the shorter the time it would take. Chunzong's non-Li quenching jade art was a top-grade saint-class body refinement technique, and his mastery of it had reached the level of perfection. Therefore, he was able to quickly refine the blood chi from the beast origins. Beast origins were obtained from the bodies of sea beasts, and they were condensed from the blood essence of sea beasts. They were incomparably majestic and pure, and they weren't violent at all. They were most suitable for refining and absorbing. They could be said to be supreme treasures for body refinement, especially for chaotic heaven realm cultivators. As soon as he guided the blood chi from the beast's source into his body, Chunzong immediately felt that it was astonishingly vigorous and pure. However, it was not violent and was easy to refine. After refining it, Chunzong felt that his body refining cultivation was improving little by little. It was more than 10 times faster than usual. However, he didn't know to what extent these two low-grade B sources could raise his body refinement cultivation. In just a few days, Chunzong had successfully refined 2 low-grade B sources, and his body refinement cultivation had also improved significantly. Early stage of a 9th level of the Chaos Heaven Realm. Furthermore, it had completely stabilized. If he still had B source, he could directly break through to the middle stage. Unfortunately, there are only 2 beast origins. If he wanted to obtain a beast origin, it would be even more difficult than obtaining a fog origin. That was because the sea beasts in the bewildering light sea were even more terrifying. For a certain period of time, Chunzong wouldn't be able to obtain any more beast origins. However, if he cultivated the supreme Lingwu technique with the strength of the early stage of the 9th level Chaotic Heaven Realm and the cultivation of the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm, the Lingwu power condensed would be even more powerful. After the Lingwu power was condensed again, Chunzong attempted to use the fog origin to assist him in comprehending the worldly stone inscription. This time, he was comprehending the Heavenly Thunder Flame Stone inscription. The mystery of the Heavenly Thunder Flame Stone inscription lay in the power of thunder. As for the power of fire, it was born from thunder. This worldly stone inscription could not only help him comprehend the mystery of thunder, but also the mystery of fire. This was the reason why Chunzong chose it. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, covering the entire firmament, turning into a curtain of lightning that covered the sky and covered the earth. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky one after another. Each bolt of lightning carried with it a terrifying power, shattering everything below it, destroying everything, violent to the extreme. Bolts of lightning continued to strike down. Gradually, flames began to burn on the ground. They slowly spread out from the flames and became vigorous. Finally, they turned into a monstrous fire that burned fiercely. Lightning and raging fire coexisted, engulfing heaven and earth and covering all directions. Chunzong's consciousness shuttled back and forth as he constantly felt the aura fluctuations within. With his current foundation, it was not easy to comprehend the heavenly thunder Tao to the extreme. However, no matter how much he could improve, it was still a good thing. Chunzong also discovered that with the assistance of the fog source energy, he was able to comprehend the mysteries of the heaven and earth stone carvings much more clearly, and the effects were also much better. Unknowingly, Chunzong was completely immersed in the mystery of the Heavenly Thunder Flame Stone inscription. He was unaware of the passage of time. When Chunzong woke up, it was already half a month later. The power of the low-grade fog origin had long been exhausted. Chunzong had used the second one. Now, the power of the second low-grade fog origin had also been exhausted. However, the harvest was very gratifying. Chunzong's eyes seemed to have traces of lightning spreading and leaping. The cave dwelling was too small and did not have enough space to perform. Chunzong came out of seclusion and came to the back of the cave dwelling. Stand still. Concentrate. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit were raised to the peak. Countless mysteries of lightning flashed through his mind. Shunzong suddenly took a step forward. That step was in the air. Lightning appeared under his foot out of nowhere and completely enveloped the sole of his foot. Second step. The lightning became more powerful and dazzling, quickly spreading to his calf. Third step. The lightning became more and more intense. Fourth step. Shunzong took step after step. With every step, his body would move forward at an extremely fast speed. Instantly, his explosive speed became faster and faster. Thunder Step 9 levels. This was a secret footwear technique that Shunzong created himself. It was currently at the 9th grade. 8th step. 9th step. When Shunzong took the 9th step, his whole body was completely enveloped by lightning. As if he had been swallowed up, his body stopped in the air. The lightning around him was constantly increasing, becoming more and more intense and shocking. Immediately, Shunzong took another step. This step was the 10th step. This step was the boundary, the step to break the boundary. Thunder Step 9 levels was a 9th grade secret technique. 10 steps surpassed the 9th grade secret technique. It was a 10th grade, secondary divine power. The moment he took the 10th step, the extremely powerful lightning quickly shrunk and entered his body. There was not a trace of it. That step also seemed to have received a great boost as he took it in an instant. Boom! The extremely shocking momentum resounded through heaven and earth, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Shunzong's body completely disappeared. Only a bolt of lightning bloomed with dazzling light, breaking through the air at an astonishing speed. Fast. For example, the speed of a 9th step was twice as fast. 10th step. This was the level beyond Thunder Step 9 levels. It was a secret technique that Shunzong created after consuming 2 pieces of low-grade fog source to comprehend the mystery of the stone engraving of heavenly thunder. 10th grade. Secondary divine power. Step by step, Shunzong kept taking steps forward. The speed that burst out in an instant was extremely shocking. It was no longer appropriate to call it Thunder Step 9 levels because it was completely beyond. Shunzong instantly gave a new name. Thunderlight Escape. As soon as he thought of it, he instantly escaped into the void like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, the Thunderlight Escape had reached perfection in a short period of time. This was because Shunzong had created it himself with a strong foundation, and it was different from cultivating the inheritance left behind by others. After all, there was a difference between his own and others. In the void, Shunzong sometimes turned into a bolt of lightning and sometimes turned into a gust of wind. The Thunderlight Escape and the formless heavenly wind were used alternately. After a series of tests, Shunzong found that although the Thunderlight Escape and the formless heavenly wind were both secondary divine powers, there was an obvious difference. The Thunderlight Escape belonged to the footwork category, while the formless heavenly wind belonged to the footwork category. The Thunderlight Escape belonged to the secondary divine powers that burst out in an instant, while the formless heavenly wind was different. It belonged to the secondary divine powers that burst out continuously. In an instant, the Thunderlight Escape speed was twice as fast as the formless heavenly wind. It was obviously faster, but the distance was limited. When the formless heavenly wind was used, it could keep moving forward, and the distance was very long. Relatively speaking, the Thunderlight Escape was more suitable for an instant burst for battle, while the formless heavenly wind was more suitable for hurrying. Each had its own strengths. However, it was not absolute. The Thunderlight Escape belonged to the type with a great momentum, while the formless heavenly wind belonged to the type with a subtle aura. With a great momentum, it could certainly surprise and intimidate the opponent, but it would also alert the opponent. With a subtle aura, it could not intimidate the opponent with a great momentum, but it could be more hidden, making it difficult to guard against. In battle, it was more difficult to deal with the combination of the 2 techniques. Shunzong understood this principle well. If he didn't change, it would be easy for the opponent to seize the opportunity. Next, Shunzong decided to take out 2 low-grade mist sources to comprehend the blazing fire and Galestone inscriptions. The profundities contained within the stone inscriptions were closely related to wind and fire, and Chunzong had also grasped the Tao insights of wind and fire, so it was the most suitable for him. For stone inscriptions, Chunzong's choice just happened to be suitable for him. This time, Chunzong didn't know what profundities he comprehended from the blazing fire and Galestone inscriptions, but it was fine as long as he was able to comprehend the profundities. Without the slightest hesitation, Chunzong went into closed-door cultivation once more. The blazing fire ceaselessly spread out and covered the surroundings. The ground, swamps, and mountains were all burning under the blazing fire. The gale blew over, but not only did it not extinguish the blazing fire, it instead made the fire become more and more vigorous, as if the wind was adding fuel to the fire. The blazing fire was exuberant to the extreme, layer by layer. The flames became more and more vigorous, and the wind seemed to have obtained assistance because of this, becoming more and more violent. Wind helps the fire. Fire helps the wind. Wind and fire coexist, advancing and strengthening together. Chunzong, who had already successfully fused the Tao insights of wind and fire, became more and more clear as he comprehended. The wind was like sword chi that moved freely between heaven and earth, and the fire was like sword light that swept out in all directions, vast and boundless. Sword, sword, sword. No matter if it was the spreading of the fire or the sweeping of the wind, they all transformed into swords under Chunzong's comprehension. It was as if the sword chi, sword light, and sword light had transformed into sword moves that were everywhere. The sword moves were abnormally profound and incomparably shocking. There was an indescribable profundity to them. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time continued to pass, and Chunzong's comprehension became clearer and clearer. On the 15th day, the energy contained within the 2 low-grade mist sources was completely exhausted. Chunzong's comprehension had also reached the final stage and couldn't be interrupted. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.